Wow, this song is ominous as hell. Good morning. Hi, everyone. My goodness, congratulations to Jarchi for getting first. I mean, I've been listening to a lot of like Studio Ghibli soundtrack songs lately, and and usually they're pretty happy and bouncy and fun, but this one sounds like I'm on the moon. But I guess I guess that's kind of fun, huh? Hi. Good morning, Ryan. I hope you're doing well. Hi, hi, hi. And it happened again. I went to eat my pear and it was like mm, it was it was kind of messed up. But I got it like I think on Saturday. On Saturday. So it's only been sitting in my fruits basket for like 3 days, so it had no business being as squishy as it was. So that's kind of rough. Good morning, dead emoji. Oh, uh, uh, um, what's wrong, buddy? Did you not get enough sleep last night? Man, I got enough sleep, but I don't know. I'm still feeling like a sprout mole. I know. I went to bed at like midnight, maybe, and I woke up naturally at like I don't know, maybe like 6:30. And I had a crazy dream and I wrote it down. And I was like, 6.5 hours isn't quite enough sleep for me. I mean, like it probably was, but I was like, I want a little bit more sleep. And then I didn't wake up again until like 11. So I really don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why I slept so much and why I don't feel good, even though I got plenty of sleep. But it's okay. It's okay, we're vibing. I took a shower and I have some coffee and I have you guys. Mm-mm. So I think that's awesome. Sniff, sniff. Is that fast? That smells like old laundry. I think you're feeling too much like a sprout. Please get the joke. Oh, I think I get the joke. What? Why am I the sprout mole that likes to roll around in dirty laundry, though? Man, I think if I was a sprout mole, I would be one of the ones that was like in line, in like the library, wearing a little pink dress. I think that would be me. I fell asleep on the floor again. Was it comfy? It was okay. Um, does that happen to you often? Do you just have like floor time and then you accidentally doze off, or do you do it on purpose? Okay, also, sorry, I hate to be a complainer, but my fidget spinner is like missing the little part that you would grip it with on one side. So it's not really working that well. Sigh. My life is so hard. 20 streak, yippee! Thank you very much. That's so sweet of you. Okay, let me open the game. Before stream, I was asked to proofread one of my friend's essays. And it was only 4 pages, so I was like, yeah, I can do that in 10 minutes. But it actually ended up taking me like 40 minutes. um, sorry I'm late. I was just chilling and closed my eyes for a bit, knowing I might fall asleep. And I fell asleep. Oh, well, I mean, it can't be that bad if you somewhat knew that it could happen, you know? At least it was somewhat expected behavior. I don't know if I've ever fallen asleep on the floor. Maybe for like 10 minutes, but I don't think I've ever done it for like the whole night, you know? Sometimes I don't know. I feel like I only really do that if I'm not sober. It'd be like, yippee, I'm laying on the floor. And then like 20 minutes will pass and I'm like, oh, I took a little nap. This is awesome. Okay, wait, check this out. Uh, uh, uh. Where's my docs? Oh, docs you. Okay, check this out. Pretty cool, huh? Wow. Oh, let me pause Spotify. Spotify reveal. I've been listening to this soundtrack a lot lately. I've fallen asleep on the floor so many times. Most of the time petting my dogs while she sleeps. Aw, that's so cute. You lay on the floor with your dog? That's really precious, actually. Okay. Can you all hear this? I think you can. Oh, it's maybe a little loud. Maybe perhaps. Oh, I was on 20 instead of 18. Can you believe that? Okay. Sorry, I'm locking in. I'm locking in. Level 17. I think that's the one I was on. I don't know what the point of different save files is. I guess if you're gonna make a choice that impacts the game, that would make sense. Okay. Yo! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the 10-month sub! I've known Foster almost a year now. Sheesh. Sheesh. I'm trying to think of what 10 months... What's special about 10 months? Hold on, this is quite loud. I don't know. It's I can't. I can't think of anything with the number 10. A whole decade, but if months were years, pretty cool. Oh, baby. Oh, that's pretty real. That's pretty real. Wow. Okay, well, happy 1-month-old baby. I don't. Yup. Oh my goodness. They're wearing Sprout Mole masks. What am I... Why am I in the dungeon? Maybe this is just like the most recent save point. Maybe there wasn't one in the castle or something. Oh man, I don't remember what I was doing. I think I just like defeated... Yo! Thanks, Trip. Good morning. I think I just defeated the grandson Sprout Mole Knight guy who is really goofy. Oh wait, the party guests are in here. And I think I was supposed to be in like the southmost part of the castle. We're escaping a castle right now, I think, is our goal. And then after that, I don't know what the plan is. I still have to look for a pet rock as well. Measuring everything in baby months. Oh. How... Well, okay, I guess I don't want to... I guess I don't want to ask how old you are. But I think it'd be really funny to know... To, like, count your own age just in months. Like, how babies do it. Now, surely the way out was not that complicated. Oh, maybe we just walked through the front door. Maybe... I knew it. This game is so loud. Can I turn it down a little? I feel like this isn't even making a big difference. So you're like measuring yourself in centimeters if you're not using metric. It just sounds bigger. I never really understood that. Cause I know in other places around the world they'll be like, yeah, I'm 180 centimeters. But like, I don't know. I feel like that's too precise. Like, I feel like the difference between like 181 and 182 is pretty small, right? But I feel like I would just lie and give myself a few more. But like the difference between being like 5'4" and 5'5" is like a little bigger, so that makes more sense. Oh. Wait, is this a musical effect? No. I guess that's a little better. Surely 615 months is a good place to stop counting months. Start counting years? No, because like every time the month like goes up by another 100, it'll be like extra special. Like I don't know how many years it would be, but whenever you're like, oh yeah, I'm 700 months old. Like that's just such aura. I don't know how many months old I am. I'm 80 years old. How many months is that? Oh. Whoops. Sorry. I said that I would lock in and then I sure didn't. It's a nat 20. Marcia's party has the upper hand. I feel like I haven't played this game in years, but it's only been 1 week. Therese and Marcia. I don't really like Therese. Can I be honest? I don't really super like the bow on top of the Sprout Mole's head. Okay, and you... Rebound. Oh, yeah. Therese drops an arrow. Was that her attack? Oh my goodness. It's so strong. Okay, now check this out. We're gonna get bread, surely. And then everyone else can guard so they don't accidentally mess up the bread system. Oh, it didn't even work! If Grandpa was here, he'd have some choice words for your opinion. What do you mean? For what opinion? For the opinion of not liking the Sprout Mole with the, the bow and arrow on her head? Oh my god, it's so little. Okay, surely this time we get bread. Aw, man, I want bread. I haven't had just like a slice of bread in a while. Like, not toast, just like... just like you go to the pantry and you just eat a slice of bread. I haven't done that in so long. Check this out, I got tofu too. Here is crazy. Warrior strength? Yeah, but you can't even shoot the arrow if your bow is on your head like that. The grandpa? Like the Grandpa Sprout Mole? Charchi, I don't mean to like break your heart, but I think we killed that guy, low-key. Would you like to throw one clam into the fountain? Okay. I don't really want to be Aubrey. Hello, the Great 189. How are you? How are you? This is not fruit punch. Oh, I thought I could talk to the flamingos. You're good. That's so good. That is lovely to hear. Oh, what a pretty garden. Wow. Grandpa lives on in spirit in the 5 minutes of Because we shared. That he does. I guess. What if... what if my memory sucks? Does he still live on in spirit, or is he just like gone for good, Coco style? No way he's dead? Well, I'm pretty sure we killed him. And then I'm pretty sure at the beginning of Sweetheart's like game show, it was like, let us take a moment to remember Grandpa. I was like, yikes, that's awkward. Hero meow. Thank you for the bit. Good morning. Cinema fight coming up soon. Can't wait. Yippee! Yeah, I love cinema. You gotta spell it with 2 N's though, so it's like cinnamon. He's probably just like ghost haunting you at that point. Wait, that's kind of awesome. I hope I'm haunted. I don't know how you can tell if you're haunted or not, but like I really sincerely hope I'm haunted. Meow 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 meow. 302 meow meow. Plus Chris is scary. No, they're awesome. Wait, Hero, did you finish chapter 4 of Deltarune? Meow meow meow. Did you are you all done? I haven't finished, okay. Chris is so freaky. I'm gonna be so honest with you, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Because I feel like Chris has been freaky the whole time. Like, I feel like at the end of every single chapter, he does a freaky thing. Like Elvis? What? What do you mean it's like Elvis? Can you elaborate? Like Elvis is haunting me? That'd be kind of awesome. I hope so. All the people he chooses to haunt is just some weird little fox girl. Man, I hope somebody says that about me. Who up escalating they freak? At what point does a ghost become your stand-like in JJBA? I don't know. I didn't get to that part. So I'm low-key not really sure what a stand user is. Like, I see those memes, and I laugh at them, but I don't really get them. Only played until the end of chapter 2 of Deltarune, but I don't mind spoilers. I will not spoil it for you. I will not spoil it for you. I think everybody should play Deltarune as much as is out. I think it goes crazy. Elvis is still alive? What? What? I don't think that's real. I know Betty White is still out there too. What? Guys, I don't know. I don't think you're really cooking. You might be correct. Maybe, perhaps. Maybe. I guess I won't pretend like I know any better than you. Woohoo! We're finally out of Sweetheart's Castle! I wonder what's up with that big event everyone is preparing for. Strange. I don't see the sprout moles from the entrance anywhere. Where could they have all gone? There must be a hidden exit somewhere. Let's poke around at anything that looks suspicious. I love poking around. Aw, wait, the hatches are so cute! They're little hearts. This reminds me of Alice in Wonderland a little bit. The Red Queen, the Queen of Hearts, if she was like a little bit more slay. What is this? Ah. Immortal Betty is still among us. I don't know if this is embarrassing to say. Oh my god. Ouch, that hurt. I got Betty White and Betty Crocker mixed up. Like, you know when you go to the store and you buy like the cake mix or the brownie mix and it says like Betty Crocker in the corner? I thought, I don't know, whenever Betty White died and everyone was freaking out, I was like, wow, I didn't even know she was still kicking. But then they're not the same person. I just thought you should know that. The ghost can only awaken your stand, not become it? Awaken your stand? Can you explain what a stand is? Does everybody have a stand? And then if you happen to be haunted, you get to use it? Or what? Do you think... Do you think Monsley could be awakened? Is that how it works? Is everyone okay? What happened? That sweetheart topiary just fired a laser at us. There's just gotta be a way to get rid of these guys. Can I throw stuff at them? Alright, sweetheart, you asked for this. Hiya! Okay, well... sort of awesome. A stand is your fighting spirit. Manifestation of your fight spirit or something? So everybody has one? Or just, like, special people? Dang, I missed. Oh, silly Kel. You're not going to knock anything throwing like that. Why don't you try aiming for once? Huh? Aim? I can do that? Of course. Even you can aim, Kel. Alright, I'll give it my best shot. She's kind of like roasting him. But he seemed to take it well. Yippee! Simply cut Monsley with a sand arrow. If he survives, he will have a sand. What if he doesn't? What the? I don't think this is a risk we're willing to take here. Weird little ominous birdhouse. You got Waffle. My goodness. Shout out Waffle. Everyone can get one technically, but most don't survive, I think. Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. Do you think I would survive? Be honest. Can I hit her from the back? Maybe not. There's gotta be something I can do about that. Maybe we go back. This? Yeah, yes? Yippee! Now, do you think you would survive? Next question! Aw, man. Okay, what's your favorite color? A suspicious-looking mushroom. Would you like to take a bite? Yes! Chomp, chomp, chomp. Huh, yo! This is so awesome. You! Bulbous one. Your eyes. They tell me that you yearn to learn. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I will teach you. Come. I don't know which one is supposed to be the bulbous one. You do not have the same sparkle in your eyes as the bulbous one. He's the only one I will teach. Maybe Amori is bulbous? To be honest, they all kind of look the same level of bulb. You have come. Excellent. Now observe. The hard bulbs like the one behind me hold creatures like me. However, we are unable to escape by our own means. With a very specific and intricate cutting technique, one one would be able to release us from our buddy fate. Wow, this is just like Paper Lily. However, this technique takes years, perhaps even decades to master. If you agree to learn it, there's no telling how long this will take. Yet with time, I believe you will do great things. Are you ready to take on the challenge and become my disciple? Yeah. Guess I don't have anything better to do. Surely Basil's fine. If Faust had a stand, it would be called Three Little Monkeys? Yeah! That would be so cute! Okay, somebody shoot me with the... What was it? With a stand arrow. Please. I would like that, please. Thank you. Omori trained for a long time. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You have grown so much. Oh my goodness, thank you. Unlike this bulb behind me. Now, cut it using your perfected technique so that it may live. I hope it doesn't hurt it. Cute. At last I am free. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Take this. It's a gift from me. I got a dandelion. Excellent, 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 excellent. No monkey business? It has to be song names. Is monkey business a song name? Trying to think. I don't think I know any monkey songs except for Brass Monkey. Can I jump up? I want that melon. Oh, I see. Three Little Monkeys not a song name? Oh, sorry, I muted myself. There's the one there's like the monkeys jumping on the bed. And one fell off and bumped his head. I'm not really sure what that one's called. By the Beatles? Monkey Business by the Beatles? I'm not familiar. You got jam packets, that's so good. What about the monkeys jumping on the bed? Oh, okay, okay. That's an that's an excellent song choice, I think. I guess I never perceived what it was called, though. Or... Nuh-uh, what do you mean by that? Nuh-uh, I always follow instructions. I would never go against the doctor's wishes. Too much monkey business. Sigh. Maybe that's real. Foscore, yo! Put that laughing emoji away. As a member of the esteemed elite, I have a special code word to hide. But you probably wouldn't know anything about that. A special code word to hide? You're right, I don't think I know anything about that. Just a random song with a monkey in it. No, that's pretty awesome. I mean, I do quite like monkeys. My yo! Are you being nice to me right now? I'm feeling like you're not. What is this? Get me in here. Oh. But I don't like pickles. What? No. You need to heal. emoji. Man. I'll take it. Sigh. I'll take it, I guess. Oh my goodness. Sorry, did not see you there. Aw, cute. The little Polaroids are so precious. A cheese wheel? What is that? Heals 100 hearts to all friends. Oh. That's pretty good. Wait, how come their hearts are not full? Maybe it's because they got busted. And what is this? Can I do something with this? Can I whack it? I don't think I can whack it. Pew, pew, pew. There's nothing to shoot here, I don't think. Oh, I guess there's that one. And what is up with these bird houses? Maybe they're bat houses. Pew, pew, pew. Protecting the sacred password is an arduous task. Perhaps one day, you fine young moles will carry the same burden of the illustrious elite. I want to know what their secret password is. If you had to carry a secret password, what password would it be? I guess if you had to make one. Oh, don't come here. I do not want to fight you. Ah! Darn it. Sprout will unite! Let's go! Hi, Cross! Surely password 1? Oh my goodness. I didn't even consider that you could have a number in it. That's so smart of you. That's so secure of you. I'm trying to think of what mine would be. I'd want mine to be like a little bit silly. Maybe like grilled cheese. I feel like that's a good password. Amoria! Hi, Oza! Marcia's party rules initiative. It's a natural one. Amori's party has the upper hands. That sound effect. Have you guys ever played New Super Mario Bros. Wii? And then there's like the dry bones, and you jump on them, and they like kind of collapse into a pile of bones. That's that's what the Nat 1 sounds like to me. You're too big for me in Collab stream, so I low-key be here. Streams. I'm too big for you? I don't really know what that means, Oza. But I'm glad to see you. Password is whatever you had for lunch yesterday. 3 crying cat emojis, 2 heart emojis, 2 robot emojis. Wow. What did I have for lunch yesterday? Oh, I had rice. I had soy sauce rice with chips in it. I feel like rice isn't that good of a password though, can I be honest? I said last stream this was a sick fit, and since when did you have a fit like that? Since Since Sunday. Since Sunday. This is my Valentine's fit for February. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? Twinosa? My goodness. We are low-key locked in whatever last stream's game was. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like my ability to read chat kind of goes down when I'm in collabs. Lunch plus calories. Plus calories. I do not know how many calories is in white rice. But I like put soy sauce and like chips on top of it. So probably a solid amount. This fit tough. Oh my god, thank you. Thanks. Pretty awesome. Why is there a horse head? He's so sporadic. Just gonna ignore that. At least 1 calories. Surely. Do you wanna have tea with your friends? Yes! Aw, that's so cute. Amori and Keller just not having any tea. Aww. That's so precious. 300 or so for a decent serving? I don't know how big this serving was. Well, okay, so what happened was the night before I made rice for dinner. But there's a little bit extra, so I like put it in a Tupperware and put it in the fridge. And then the next day I had it for lunch. But I don't know. I didn't eat it all. I was like, yeah, I'm hungry enough for this whole thing, this whole Tupperware white rice for lunch. And I ate like half of it. I was like, I'm so full. So now it's back in the fridge. Who knows if it's getting eaten or not. An impressive statue of Sweetheart casts a discomforting shadow over the garden. Oh. What's the password? Magical, flaming, romantic, beautiful. I have not been really told the password yet. I'm gonna say never mind. You said never mind. Wrong! Oh, I thought that meant like go back. Oh my god! Ouch. Surely you'll make fried rice with it? Oh my goodness. Surely. That sounds so good. 0.1 calories per grain? Really? Is there 1 calorie per 1 grain of rice? Is that real? Next time I'll count how many grains I eat and then I'll tell you. We spend every day chopping these vines, but it never seems like we get any work done. Can I help you? Why is this scary? Oh my god, stop! Okay. Using sesame oil? I love sesame oil. Oh, 0.01 calories. Well, that's not a lot at all. But I'm sure it goes up once you put soy sauce on it. Should I fight this guy? Maybe I will. Not 20. Sigh. Kel's ball bounces everywhere. I love seeing Amori happy. Ouch. Oh. This could be going better. But it also could be going worse. Like, do not do your poem. Please. Winch. Good luck in Castletown. Thank you so much. Oh my god. My little guys. I think we're almost out of Castletown, but I guess I'm not 100% sure. Snack time! Aw, man, I wanted to release energy. I know it would have been overkill, but I really like seeing the animation for it. That hat seems like something you would wear. The wizard hat? With hearts on it? Wait, that's so cute! My goodness, everyone's leveling up. It's kind of awesome. I don't know, I don't think I've ever worn like a wizard hat before. I'm not much of a hat wearer. I have a pink beanie that has like little Kirby eyes on it. And I have like a baseball cap that has Cinnamoroll on it. That's like white and blue. And then I have a gray baseball cap that has Pikachu on it. And then I have white earmuffs with like little ears. Little Cinnamoroll ears. So really the only hats that I have are like character hats. And I think that's kind of hard to build an outfit around. Oh, and I guess I have like a floppy white sun hat. Oh, and I have another beanie that's like cream colored that has cat ears. I had that one forever. I don't know where it is. Where are those cats? I don't think I ever have. I don't know where you'd even get a cat in the hat from. Do you have one? 114. Sheesh. Harold. Okay. I'm so locked in. Let's go! Ugh, I'm such a good gamer. Wow, it's giving so much XP. Maybe instead of dodging all these guys, I should be seeking them out. Oh, I did not even see that. Hello, it's Omori time! Oh my god, it's so Omori time. Oh. Convenient. Yeah, we're Amoring it up in here. What the? The trapped creatures look restless. Is this Five Nights at Freddy's? Everyone's healthy. I brought it up because we were talking about whimsical hats, sort of. In elementary school, a lot of the kids got them from the Scholastic Book Fairs. That's so cute! Yeah, I never had one. I'm trying to think. I miss the Scholastic Book Fairs. Those were so awesome. One time I got like a Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like do-it-yourself book. And I... and like I did it when I was a little kid, and then I forgot about it. And then one time, like I was cleaning out the basement with my mama, and I found it, and I was reading through it, and I was like, "Wow, this is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. This is so awesome." I'm trying to think. I can't think of other things I've got from the book fair. Probably like some goofy pencils and the like. Is it scary? Yeah, let's release the creatures. Are you absolutely sure? Surely it's fine. How is Space Boyfriend doing? Oh my god. It's a spoiler, don't tell me. We actually like haven't seen him. We've been in Sweetheart's Castle for quite a long time trying to find the exit. And he hasn't shown up. So I'd have to imagine he's doing well, living his best life. What is this? Why are they mad if I release them? A rare bear. Okay. We'll give Amori a pep talk. I hope this guy's defense is not crazy. Okay, 56 damage. 94 damage? Okay. Oh. Oh, he kinda hurts, huh? You get it. Oh, wait. If I have to do this like 8 times, I'm cooked. Is what I would say if I wasn't an awesome gamer. It's extra damage to happy foes. Oh, I don't think he's happy. Maybe running gun? And then we fast food for Kel. And hope he doesn't get hit again. Amori's attack lived, bro. Lock in. Ah, no! Man. Well. I like power hit. I think... I don't know if Homemade Jam is good or not. I don't know if Kel is just gonna get hit again. Ouch! Are you winning? I think so. This bear is kind of scary and he hurts a lot, but I think I'm a gamer. So I think everything is fine. When Space Boyfriend does karaoke, do you think he sings Starman or Rocket Man? One of them? Ooh. My headcanon is Rocket Man because I think I like that one better. So, so I think I would want him to do that one. So which of the Deathos run? Aw, Cross, I've already died. I died to Audrey. Neither. It's E.T. by Katy Perry. That is so zesty of him. Kinda love that. Oh, this guy is out of juice for real. Okay, you just guard maybe. Please don't die. Oh, thank goodness. only 650. That was so hard. Space boyfriend is kind of zesty. What can I say? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you kind of... yeah, you kind of have a point. Couldn't think of any other space songs. I feel like there's not that many space songs. Or maybe I'm just not aware of that many space songs. Yeah. Maybe he low-key should just heal himself. Space boyfriend can be zesty. Maybe he can find himself another space boyfriend after breaking up with his girlfriend. Who's now 6'7"? Imagine being 6'7". 6'7"! I can't move my hands, but pretend I'm doing the hand movement. Space boyfriend is certainly zesty. Man, I love when people are zesty. I feel like I need to get my zesty levels up a bit. Yeah, you just attack. Fruit juice question mark. You're not sure what fruit it is. I think we do that. Let's go! Oh, Radio's gonna miss. Okay, yep. You drink your juice. Oh, you miss. Man, why y'all missing? I'm trying to think of when's the last time I've been zesty. Oh man, that's not good if you have to think about it. I think I'm in the same boat though. Is this Monokuma? You know, it could be. Although he's not really saying anything, so maybe not. Monokuma's a born yapper. That's a go for me. Oh my god. That is so awesome. Oh man. This isn't going terribly, but like it could be going better. Wait, I think I want everyone to... Oh no. No, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Surely snack time will proc before someone dies. Monokuma kinda zesty sometimes. Oh, for sure. His little sprite where he's like sweating and panting, that is zesty as hell. Why not just use an eraser on that? On the bear? How am I supposed to do that? I think all villains should be. I think so too. I need more zest. I think reducing their defense is swag. They're also angry. Yes. 110 damage? Okay. He's gotta be so close. Oh, he's so close. Can we get bread out of this? That might be a bit ballsy, but here's to hoping. Yo, you got Red! Oh my goodness, Venus, thank you so much for the sub! That's so sweet of you. What's something cool that happens at a 3-month mark? Man, I'm not really good at this. Well, happy 3 months. That's like a fourth of a year, right? A quarter of a year? That's like a whole season maybe? Yippee! I need somebody to feed Aubrey, but I don't actually know whose attack is the lowest. Probably heroes. You can have a hot dog. Ouch! Aw, man. That hot dog is not helping anyone. It just dropped my hot dog on the floor. Someone make a sad TikTok edit for it. Okay, homemade jam, please. Ouch. Thank goodness he didn't die from that. Okay. If Hero lives, maybe we do something that gives everyone juice. Oh, but I guess Omori has quite a bit of juice left still. Well, maybe Omori will attack first. Ouch. Yippee! Amangus really sounds so yummy. Oh my god, it's so low. Look, check this out. Get bread out of him. Loki, maybe just feed yourself. Yippee! Oh, he's so bread filled. Oh. Omori learned painful truth. I wonder what the painful truth is. Oh my goodness, how many how many bears are left? Easy bear, easy bear, easy, 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 easy. Oh, it's true. It's true, this is no match for me. This is what I imagine that horror movie about Winnie the Pooh looks like. Honestly, I think you're probably right. Okay. Aubrey can heal Hero, and then Hero can heal Aubrey, and it'll be really cute. Oh wait, Kel used nachos. I don't even know what one person did then. If you want to chase heal between bear fights, there's a slight opening to hide behind your teammates. Collision block the bear? I'll be honest, I do not know what collision block means. It's okay, I think I can do it. I think my resource management is doing a good job. Maybe, perhaps. have one life jam. Main party member is behind the party member, but the enemy can't start combat since they're behind your ally. I think I understand what you're saying. Like in the frames before the next one comes up, you just have to like move to the left slightly. Goodbye. Okay, now those two are level 19. Now we just need now we just need Hero. I hope the last bear is like, hey, thanks for releasing me. I'm not mad at all. Maybe I should have done that for Mori instead of Kel. It's okay, I like Kel. Ouch! Man. No, he's dead! Oh, sad. Oh, he comes back, I see. He just didn't get the EXP for that. But it's fine, he didn't even need it. He's really cool and strong. Yeah, I like that the food is like a little cookie. I do not think he ate a cookie, but that's what the little icon was. Ouch. Maybe Kel should use a skill. Oh, you are not Kel. Ouch. Aubrey's attack whipped, bro. Why'd she keep missing? And the fast food is a cookie too. Is everything a cookie? That is so cute. I feel like I need to give Aubrey an item. To fix her accuracy. She's so strong, but she keeps missing. The goober. Okay. Okay, only 3 bears left. Not so bad. Hero uses nachos. Ooh, yeah. Excuse me. Please attack Omori. Thank goodness. Yippee! Heroes level 19! Okay. $35 tell friends. 60. Or 100. 100 feels a bit like overkill. I can do 60. Oh, I should have called Aubrey. It's fine. She's hanging in there. The foe is not happy, but I'm tired of her missing. Yatch. No! Little guy. Raquel keeps dying. Is this the last bear? I think this is the last bear. No! Man. Oh, I should have done math. I thought I thought 40% would be enough. Wait, it's cooked as hell. Well, even if I use Kel to give Hero juice, this bear is not surviving another turn. It does feel bad to use Life Gem if I only have one, though. But I guess it's better than Aubrey not getting her XP. I think this is fine. Bro! What the heck? Man, what did I use that for? It's okay. Wow, that was a lot of bears, huh? Combo meal? You got Jack. Who is that? Jam packets? Combo meal? Foxtail, yo! I love foxes. It's so awesome. More jam packets. Got lots of jam packets. Wow! Wow! Hey, hi Yuki, how's it going? Fortunate? I mean, I don't even know what it would be. Okay. You can have some slices of bread. Maybe it's like an accessory. Foxtail! Speed increases with more energy. With more energy. What is energy? Because this is juice, right? I don't know. I don't know how you tell how much energy they have. But yeah, she does need to get rid of the eye patch. She keeps whiffing. Maybe seer goggles? Seer goggles good for happy? Oh. Well, she can make herself happy, so I think that would be good. Yeah, stays too happy and not miss? Oh. Usually Amori's my little happy guy. But Aubrey has the, like, skill... I don't know how to look at skills. She has a skill that, like, she can make herself happy. So maybe that would be good. Do you know what energy is? A real foxtail. I assume speed increases with more energy. Is that better than bunny ears? That says speed plus 12. Slightly, but not that much. Okay. Well, he's my favorite, so he can he can have the foxtail. The glass cannon anyway. So if he dies. What? What? Is his defense that bad? 22? What's everyone else's? 24. Oh. 28. I feel like his defense isn't that bad. I guess his health is not very good though. I think he's chillin'. I won't let him die. Oops. Okay. Do you have a password for me? There are 4 passwords that must be spoken to the sweetheart statue to unveil the secret tunnel. Helm the Calamitous. What an awesome name. Naturally, as one of the chosen elite, I've been given the responsibility of guarding the 4th of 4. But ugh, supposed to hold on to the super secret password and everything, right? But like, it's about food, so I'm just thinking about food all the time. Makes me so hungry that I started chewing on the grass to curb my appetite. Can you believe it? They should really start providing food to the guards around here. And like, what kind of password is Donut anyway? As in like, that stupid pet name that weird blue guy always called Sweetheart or something? Aww. Space boyfriend called Sweetheart Donut? I feel like I would not really want to be called Donut. That's not my favorite pet name, but that's kind of cute. I'm donutting it? Wow. You're so close to my top 3 boss in this game? Yo, let's go! Please. That's no secret at all. Anyone could guess that. They're always walking around here and acting all coupley, calling each other names like that back and forth. Saying things like, why won't you ask me to marry you yet? And I'm sorry, my friends don't approve of this relationship. All the time. Ugh, so annoying. I don't know. That's kind of messed up. I feel like you either need better friends or you need to get out of the relationship. I feel like you can't have both. My pet name can be 21 and my first can be Ozmazu? What happened to the A? X Donut Fox X. Sigh. XX Destroyer Fox XXX. Less than 3. Wow, I like that's a tasteful amount of X's, I will. I must admit. But whatever. I'm still stuck here guarding the passwords with those other 3 guards. Those guys couldn't keep a secret to save their lives. That's right. Pity me if you want. See if I care. Here I am, trapped here, in this lonely little corner in the garden, guarding their Lord Donut of all things. Jeez Louise. Okay, so we got blank, blank, blank donut. I feel like the other guards didn't give a lot of hints. Maybe it's better if it was Fox X. No, I think 4X is at the end. Really rolls off the tongue. I want a pet name? Frank! What? What kind of pet name is that? That's just a name. Aware MC? Main character? Aw, that's cute. Wait, did I have T? Oh, I did. Slay. Slay, slay, slay. Where did this come from? Oh, I thought that was an inside joke. Maybe Yuki's just... Maybe he's just like that. Maybe don't question it too much. Kid named Finger. What? Kid named Finger. What kind of name is that? I don't know. And then an emoji of you disappearing into the sky. Thanks, Yuki. I think that really cleared things up for us. Oh, I could probably get bread out of someone. Marsha looks like she wants to give bread. I cannot be the main character? Why not? It would be a main character named Frank. That's kind of awesome. Moylan Shun. Oh wait, I didn't even... He learned something else earlier too, and I did not look at that. Shun. Deals damage if the foe is sad. Greatly reduce... Oh, sorry. Deal damage, period. If the foe is sad, greatly reduces defense. Acts face an attack that's stronger when Amori is happy. Wait, that's so good! He's always happy. Painful truth. Deal damage to all foes. Amori and the foe become sad. Maybe we don't need guard. Okay. I don't think anyone else learns skills. So I think this is good. What is with these bird houses? I do not want to be named Frank. No, it's not Franks. No, speak your truth. Speak your truth. If your name is Frank, Awa thinks you're soggy. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. However, might be okay. Frank Bob? It's Frank Bob. Is it like... Is that a nickname? Like, is your first name is Franklin and your middle name is Robert? Or is it not shortened at all? Like, it's just Frank Bob. I have a cousin named Frank. Well, I guess my grandpa's name is Frank. But I never call him that because he's my grandpa. But then my cousin is named after him. But I always called him Frankie. What if it was Robert Robertson III? I've never heard of Robertson. I would not want to be named Frank simply because of everyone making jokes. Because of the real word. Yeah, you could be like, can I be frank with you? And then they'd like look at you stupid. I don't think I could handle that. As someone who isn't named Frank, I'm offended. Blah. Blah. Sucks to be you, I guess. Wow, we're really doxing ourselves in the chat. Yuki's real name is not Frank. Being like, frankly, hehehe. Yeah, I feel like that would happen a lot. Man, I need to talk to my cousin more. I have not been utilizing these joke opportunities. Frankie Cranky Mickey? Stanley Yelnats at? Okay, you had me and then you lost me. I don't know what you're talking about. I hate Yuki when Yuki Lover 350 walks in. Real? What? What? What does that mean? Oh my goodness! Did you guys ever play Animal Jam? Well, that's not important if you played it or not. But basically, Animal Jam was just like a Club Penguin style game. And when I was in elementary school, I would play that game all the time, right? And I had, like a girlfriend on that game. her her username was Mari 3011, and but anyway, she made an alt account, and then she made her username I love, and then it was my username, and I felt so egotistical, and I think that's where my ego comes from. Like if somebody came in here with I love X Cinnamon Fox X, I think it would just be over for anyone for for everyone, because my ego would be so huge. Have you not read Holes, Modern Masterpiece? Oh no, I haven't read Holes. I watched it though. I watched Holes. Dig it up, Bubbo, dig it. But I don't remember a single character's name. If you held a knife to my head and then you said, click, name a character from Holes, I'd be like, shoot, dog. I don't know. I could give you a plot summary, but I don't remember the characters' names at all. Although I do remember the lady, the evil lady, was very beautiful. How touching, you're an honorary Frank. Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? There are 4 passwords that must be spoken to the sweetheart statue to unveil the secret tunnel. Naturally, as one of the chosen elite, I've been given the responsibility of guarding the second of 4. You want to know the password, eh? Not so fast there, buddy. I gotta say, you're awfully tall for a sprout mole. How do I know if you really are one of us highly intelligent and majestic creatures? You think I'd ever spill the password to a potential spy? Ha! Don't make me laugh. If you're so sure you're a sprout mole, why don't you prove it? I'll tell you the password, if you can guess what I'm thinking about right now. Shoot. These all feel pretty valid for a sprout mole. Give a gift to anyone named I love aware _ NPC1. Yeah, I think that's pretty valid. The protagonist in Holes is named Stanley Yelnats III, and all the men in his family get his name. Because it's a palindrome? Man, I'm really confused on if that's like low-key aura or if that's really stupid. I think the line between something being really aura and really stupid is pretty thin. Like, I don't know if I should be like, yo, that's low-key awesome. Or if I should be like, man, what the hell kind of name is that? I really can't decide. It's both? Yeah, maybe you're right. Man, I wish my name was a palindrome. Like, not really. Not really. But, like, it'd be kind of cool. Sweetheart? I guess if it's a knight, his priority is probably sweetheart. But I like that Tofu's on here twice. Let's try sweetheart. Oh. I was thinking about Tofu. But, you know what? You're right. Okay, well, that's good. I should absolutely be thinking about sweetheart. Perhaps you are even more of a sprout mole than me. Change it to soft? Too soft. Or would it be like Suoff? Swaff? Swaff? How would you pronounce that? Maybe that can be my last name. If I'm ever in a situation where I need a last name and I happen to remember that will be my last name. I apologize for ever doubting you. I guess there are all kinds of sprout moles out there. Now, lean in closer. The password that I have been entrusted with is jelly. Jelly! Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. You got that? Okay, so you got blink, jelly, blink, donut. Promise you won't tell anyone, okay? Okay. Man, I'm feeling like telling everyone. Sua, the F is silent? Sua? Why? Why would there be an F at the end if it was silent? I guess that probably is better. Oh wait, I've already been here. But what is this melon? I think that's probably the better alternative. But are there any words where there's an F at the end of a word? And it's silent? You got tomato, let's go! I'm gonna throw this at you. Oops, that's not anything. Well, I think I've been everywhere, but I don't think the... Bro, what is this horse? I don't think the other guys, like, gave me any sort of hints. Are you okay? What is the... Okay, I guess they're a horse costume, but they really need to get their act together. Okay, I want to see how much Lucky Strike does. 68? Not bad, not bad. Yo, why are you targeting my fella? He looks so worried too. Even the horse doesn't look particularly happy. You found cheese wheel and tofu! And Aubrey learned wind up throw. Wow. What does that do? Damages all foes. Deals more damage the less enemies there are. Ooh. That does seem pretty good. What do you have? Defense luck increases hit rate. Okay. I think that's good. Talk to this guy, and he did not say all this. Okay, this guy has the first letter. Not the first letter, the first word. It's a beautiful day out in the garden, isn't it, brothers and sisters? Ah, you were saying you would like to know of the password. I apologize. I'm afraid that is not in my jurisdiction. Though, I suppose something tasty, off-white, and cubish may change my mind. Oh man, okay. You can have a tofu. I don't really want them. Yeah, why did it come? Oh my god. Oh. Mmm. Delicious, irresistible tofu. I suppose I could let it slip just this once. Now, lean in closer. The password I have been entrusted with is... sweet. Sweet jelly blink donut. The third one is probably filled. You got that? Promise you won't tell anyone, okay? Alright. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to another X Cinnamon Fox X stream. I'm here with some breaking news that the first word of the password is sweet. Okay. This guy has to have the third one. Okay, okay. What do you want? Huh? You want to know the password? Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. Huh? You really need it. Like you really, really need it? Like you really, really, really need it? Like you really, 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 really need it? I guess I have no choice then. But you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Pinky swear on it. I don't really wanna break a pinky swear. But I do love lying, so we'll say yes. When is the weather forecast? When is the weather forecast? I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. When should the weather forecast be? When can we kill Alex? Yo, I kind of like him. I kind of like him. He's cool. I think probably never. Or in like 80 years. You can pick one. Never or 80 years. And done. Phew. I was worried you might have been someone untrustworthy. Now, lean in closer. The password I've been entrusted with is... filled. Oh my god, I guessed it! Man, out of context, imagine finding this one first. The password is filled. Can't believe I paid for this broadcast to hear some Sprout Mole password! What? But did you read the title of the broadcast? I feel like a Sprout Mole today. So obviously it's gonna be a Sprout Mole related broadcast. He's had it too good for too long. I don't know. I feel like he's anxious. My cat keeps snoring and it's quite distracting. Maybe you should like snore back at her. Like whenever she snores, like do an obnoxious like honk me 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 me. I think that will fix your problem. Promise you won't tell anyone, okay? Man, I hope when I enter the password, these poor little Sprout Moles don't like lose their jobs. Feeling kind of bad about that. Alright. One sweet jelly-filled donut. I want to be Kel for this situation. An impressive statue... statue? An impressive statue of Sweetheart casts a discomforting shadow over the garden. Oh my goodness. We got cinematic bars in here. What's the password? Sweet. And... jelly. Mole, that's funny. And... filled. Sweet jelly-filled whale. Okay, donut. You said sweet jelly-filled donut. Fine. Oh my goodness. That's quite nice. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna cut to a little ad break. I'm trying to be better about ads. Smirk emoji. We gotta keep this broadcast, you know, no pre-rolls. Yo! Thanks for the... thanks to the bonk. Okay, where's the Valentine's one? I swear there was a Valentine's one. Because we watched it literally yesterday. Sigh. Oh my god, we're cooked. We're cooked. I'm so unprepared. Oh my god, look at this. Check this out. Oh yeah. Okay, if you're not subbed, I'll see you in 3 minutes. my goodness, hello. I got a candy cane. Oh. Hmm. The eyes on the... Well, the disco ball is fine. The eyes on the heart's like unsettling. The orange heart is untrustworthy. Hearts? Where's my fruit? Yo! I didn't know you were picky about fruit. I thought you were picky about, like, wanting Hay Bear. And this is Hay Bear. I just thought Valentine's Day would be cute. My cat is finally cleaning his piss paws. Oh. That's so awesome. Can't believe Hay Bear fell off. New outfit! Oh my goodness! Yeah, I like the idea of hearts, but these ones, I don't know what's wrong with their eyes. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh my god, look, it's you. Hi. Hi. I got a candy cane. I got a candy cane and I'm living large. I finally got an X Cinnamon Box Extreme. Let's go! Isn't it like 3 a.m. for you? That's crazy. This is so awesome. They look fleshy. The disco ball is pretty alright. Yeah, the disco ball looked fine. I think the disco ball had like more light reflecting off its eyes, but the hearts kind of just had beady black unblinking orbs. It's 3:40. Oh man, I miss when we were 12 hours apart. Daylight savings time messed me up. I always forget if you're 12 plus an hour or 12 minus an hour. Fleshy disco balls. Oh. Understood. Thanks for that. You hear the best moment? It's almost time. It's almost time! I don't know what it's almost time for, but I am quite excited. These signs are going to be the death of me. Am I 12 plus or 12 minus? You're 12 plus. For me, it is 240. Have you checked the vines? I did, and it freaked me out. I thought Omori could cut them, but there is like the little eyeball creature. It's not here anymore though, which is disturbing. So that's nice. I can almost see the other side, or can I? It's cutely watching you. Chop, chop, chop. Careful not to cut yourself. These vines are sharp. Oh, that's weird. I can't see anything. Christie's vines, they just never quit. I wonder if I can't cut them. Aww. Wait, this is just like you guys. You guys are cutely watching me right now. Isn't that nice? Okay, let's go to this secret tunnel. It was guarded with 4 passwords, so it's gotta be something good. Oh, hold on. Gotta get Aubrey to smash these. You find the castle secret-y thing? Honestly, I'm not really sure what the castle-y secret thing is. And I couldn't find the part in my VOD. But there was like a candy cane shaped creature who was like black and kind of nice, but like kind of ominous. I don't know if that's what that is. You did? Yeah. Oh, is that a secret? I don't know. I just kind of got lost in the dungeon and it was there. And then I also went to a place and I fought like 8 bears in a row. And I didn't even die. Well, Kel died. But Omori didn't even die, so... yeah, I'm somewhat of a gamer. Unopened presents are littered across the floor. Dear sweetheart, I love you so much. Let us have kids and spend the rest of our lives together. Did a sprout mole write this? You killed Kel? Listen! Listen. He's not a very healthy young child. But, you know, he ate some jam and look. Look, he's looking great. Die. Okay, well, I didn't want him to die. It just worked out that way. Listen, it's not my fault. Well, it might be my fault, but I don't want to take the blame for it. I would like that very much. Thank you. Oh, you guys, thank you. Capitalize. This. It sounds like they're playing Here Comes the Bride. Well, I imagine these are wedding gifts. Well, I don't know who's giving fan mail at a wedding ceremony. Buckets of paint. My unopened presents. Can I open them? I wanna open them. This is exciting. It's probably just tofu. Hey kid. I know I kinda killed you, but here's some jam. That would work on me. That would work on me. I really like jam. Like, if somebody accidentally killed me and then they gave me some jam, I'd be like, oh, no sweat. It's fine. Oh my god. Got some choice goods for sale, patron. Okay. Wow. 2 claims for a tofu. I got 24 of those bad boys. I don't have any mango smoothie. I already drank it in the bear fight. I'll buy one of these. I don't know. I'm really stingy with my clams. I'm afraid I'm gonna find something that costs like 10,000 and then I'm gonna be so mad that I spent it on mango smoothies, you know? I feel like I need some life jam though. Or maybe I don't. I have jam packets maybe. I got 6 jam packets. So maybe it's fine. Oh, wait, I think this guy likes... I don't remember which shopkeep likes hero, but one of them gives him discounts. Okay, it's not this one. Can I sell tofu? Uh-oh. It only sells for 1 clam. Are you ready? I'm so ready. I don't really know what I'm ready for, but like, you know, I think I'm ready for anything. Present. I feel like I don't use the items like this. But it's probably good to have. I can maybe sell 2 dandelions. I don't see myself using those. This is useless in battle. Like, what if I need it? Can I read more mail? Lovely sweetheart, you are my love. Please visit my home. It is ready for you. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Oh yes, pickles. Would you like to eat some? Not really, no. A little guy. More pickles. Hi Brandon, thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. You're right. I have to be in my best form for the wedding. Oh, can you guys even hear the sprout moles humming? Let me turn up the game audio just a little bit. Maybe I turned it down too much. I think you guys need to hear this. No pickles, please. Sweetheart, you are my queen. I love and appreciate everything that you do more than anything. Please, please respond. Aww. Oh, okay. I didn't think he'd... Okay, well, that's fine. Now the music is entirely too loud. Oh my god, Oza. Is this it? Is this what you've been hinting that I have to be ready for? This is your favorite boss in the whole game? This is it! OMG! Oh my god. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Also, he's called Rare Bear, but I've seen like over 10 of them. I don't think they're that rare. Hardest fight in the game, OMG. Best boss in the game? Downhill from here. That's a little bit sad. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh man. Well, or at least the story's good. Oh my god, Kel. Why is Kel so hittable? He needs to lock in. Stop killing Kel. No, he's fine. He's fine. Kel has a hittable face. No, he doesn't. Oh, he found a teddy bear. Look at him. Look at this Polaroid. Ah, he's so cute. I love him. Okay. Is it a toy? Maybe it's an equip thing. You want a teddy bear, kid? Oh, no, I like him having the foxtail. We can read what it does, though. Oh, maybe it's not a charm. Unless I'm blind. Where? Is it a snack? Do we eat it? Why is Kel so hittable? Well, I didn't mean it like I want to hit him. Oh, it's important. Candily's lost friend. Oh! There was that little guy who was like, I dropped my teddy bear in a pink castle. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, that's good. But no, I didn't mean that I want to hit him. I just mean he just happens to get hit a lot, and I don't know what's up with that. Ugh, 30 clams, slay. 10 clams. I mean, one time I got 250 clams. It's all downhill from there. 2 clams. I have loved you since the first moment city I laid my eyes on you. Please be mine, fair rover. Okay. Is this what it's like to get fan mail? I am gonna eat some pickles, even though I said I wouldn't. I need Kel to not have 2 HP. Hi, Shan. Thank you for the hydrate stretch. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so ready for whatever this is. That one of the characters is named Hero? That's not Hero. They need to be bald and named Hero. Hero Nom? Oh, so that it's like legally distinct from Hero, huh? That's pretty smart. Yeah, I think it's really funny that there's a character named Hero. Like, I've never met anyone named Hero before. And now I've met 2 of them. Where's the emotional support sprout mole? Shoot. I don't have one. Hold on. Hold on, let me... let me see what I can do. I don't know why I went into my files as if I would have a Sprout Mole downloaded. I definitely, definitely don't have one. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Sprout Mole PNG. Okay, pick. Okay. What kind do you want? Do you like the lost one or the pixelated one? His team is emotionally unsupporting me. How will we feel supported emotionally? What are you talking about? The Sprout Mole will help. Hold on. Maybe this relaxing music will help you out. Yippee! This one? Oh, this one's not transparent. I could do this one. This one's transparent. He's angry though. Is that fine? Have you heard of Sweetheart Body Pillow? It's sold out. No, I have not heard of that. I don't think I would invest in that. I couldn't buy it. Oh, you tried to buy it? Oh yeah. Low key, maybe I shouldn't be looking at images because I don't want to get spoiled. Oh, we can. Oh, this one's Shoes Parrot. You guys like this one? Okay. Um, Hold on, I'm low key scared. I'm gonna turn off Doxu for just a second. Save image. Yep, looks good. Official merch, by the way, no joke. That's crazy. That's. I guess it's not too surprising, but a little crazy. Hold on, don't look over here. Sprout bowl. Okay. I don't know. I don't know where to put him. He's upside down, so he can't really sit on my shoulder nicely. If you look, he played Iron Mouse Funk on the BRB screen. I've never heard Iron Mouse Funk. I really like Cry For Me though. A lot of people have been hating on that one, but I quite like it. On your head, balancing on the sprout, right between the ears. Like this? This looks goofy as hell. Me doing the same. Save the image upside down? But it's already upside down. So are you saying you want it to be... You want me to download the upside down PNG upside down so that it's right side up? Could be a sprout earring. I don't know what I like better. I guess between the ears is chill. Okay. This is for emotional support. Do you feel emotionally supported right now? Okay. Okay, back to Doxu. Oh my god, don't look at that. Okay. Oop. Wah! Where am I? Yes. Well, why wouldn't I just save? Oh my god, I don't know what I clicked. Oh, it's fine. What? Oh. Sorry, I was trying to use ASDW. But this is an arrow key kind of game. Okay, I'm gonna be killed for this. My brave little sunshine. Unopened presents are littered across the floor. Oh my goodness, we can save. Oh my god, can you please eat the pickles? Well, actually, everyone's full. I guess you don't need to. You look like you have Nike's little, little antenna hair. Bro, we call that an ahoge? A sprout mole ahoge? Sorry, you're gonna die again? Save up, boss. Man, you guys do not believe in me at all, huh? Ooh, I don't know what file to save over. I don't even know if there's a point, because I don't think I'm going to go back to any of these files. 111, 14, 517. We can do it here. Sprout Molo, okay. This is so awesome. Oh. Oh my god, hold on. Let me turn this up a little. Be quiet. Okay. Why is it so quiet? We finally made our way out! We're back on the game show. Whoa, what's with all these decorations? Looks like someone is about to get married. Oh, it's a wedding. Wait, we are in the aisle and it's a wedding. That's not great. Uh-oh, the show is about to start. Let's hide. Oh my god, there's not even chair. We should have sat in the chairs right up the front. We're just standing during the show. That's rude as hell for the people behind us. Oh my god! MC Sprout Mole. Oh, sorry. Sprout Mole Mike. I forgot his name. Welcome all. Welcome all. Today is a most momentous occasion. Oh my god, he's so cool. After 42 seasons of Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts, it is now time to air our final episode. It, sniff, has been a splendiferous run. Sniff. Thank you all for your viewership. For as long as we have been on air, we have rigorously looked for a perfect suitor for our beloved Sweetheart. And each time, regretfully, Sweetheart was unable to find her one true love. 42 seasons? How long do you think a season is? Like half a year? Do you think they've been doing this for like 20 years? Since she was like 18 years old. But this time, we believe that we have truly outdone ourselves. This is the moment to end all moments. History begins here. Dim the lights, please. It's time. The final episode begins now. Let us commence the wedding. Oh my god. Please, welcome to the aisle. This is so weird. Sweetheart's perfect suitor. Who will it be? I hope it's Grandpa Mole. Or a space boyfriend again. Oh. Oh my god, it's a cake. This is so awesome. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, it's Sweetheart. Wait, what? I thought it would be Husuder. Yes, it's true. Now you've seen everything. The answer has been obvious all along. The only suitor magnificent enough for Sweetheart is Sweetheart herself. What? Oh! It's so loud. Sorry, I'm turning her down a little. Silence! Ahem. Let us begin the ceremony. Oh my god, I taught them how to sing that without falling asleep. I feel like a proud mother. Wow, look at her go. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. Sweetheart's marrying herself. That's so lame. Don't laugh, Kel. I actually feel kind of bad for her. Now, does anyone object to this holy matrimony? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. In that case, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you Sweetheart and Sweetheart. You may now kiss the... I object. Stop this wedding immediately. What the... Girl, sit down. Don't do this, Sweetheart. Wait, why did they have the spotlight ready? This wedding is a sham. Loving yourself is one thing, but this is taking it way too far. Not you again! How dare you step foot back in here? Guards! Guards! Sweetheart, you're making a mistake. You can't just marry yourself. There's someone out there for you. I know it. Aubrey, what are you doing? She's going to send us to the dungeon again. You understand nothing, random hero fan. I was a young princess once. I, too, once thought there was someone for me out there in the universe. But all that's in the past now. I no longer believe in true love. I'll never love anyone else ever again. The only person I'm going to love from now on is myself. Now, guards, seize her. What the... Hero? I don't think this is a good idea. Sweetheart, listen to me. You don't have to do this. What's this? Could it be? Hero! My hero has come for me. Oh, my sweet hero. I knew you wouldn't leave me alone like this. How you sway me with your words. Although it may be over between us, my heart has not yet forgotten you. I will give you one last chance. Marry me, hero, here and now. Do so, and I will let you and your fans live. Wait, what? I can't do that. That's crazy. Ooh. Yikes. Kind of awkward. What's this? You reject me? Again? But how could this be? I don't understand. The silence is so loud. Oh, ho, ho. Oh. 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 Uh-oh. Now you've done it. Yes. I see everything clearly now. I'll admit it. I was wrong about you, hero. I thought you were a worthy companion. But it seems you are jealous of me, just like everyone else. Yes, that must be it. My dazzling looks, my charming smile, my gregarious personality. It must be so difficult for you to even stand in my presence. Well, there is no need to despair anymore. I will end your suffering, personally. What? Aw, she's a magical girl. Farewell, miserable peons. She's so cute. I'll lock you up in the dungeon forever. Oh my goodness. I don't know what instrument this is, but this is going crazy. Boss OST World... Oh, wait! How did you read my mind? World's End Valentine. Wait, that's so fitting. That's so fitting. It's almost Valentine's Day. My god, this is eating up. Okay. I have to imagine she's quite strong. Ah! This eats so hard! Yo. Somebody remind me to put this on my playlist. Callisto's tea in the game. I think you're probably cooking with that. Okay, let's reduce her defense if we can. Miss! Oh dear. 68 damage. Sweetheart slaps Hero. Kinda mean. Okay. Her defense is down. That's good. That's good. Okay, please don't whiff. She has too much aura to lose. Don't say that. Surely I also have aura. Oh my god, that was like hardly even a little dent. Bro, who wrote this song? I'm gonna give him a little kiss. I guess just keep reducing her defense. I don't know if it stacks. But like it should, right? I'm worried. I feel like her slaps are not hurting. I feel like she's gonna lock in. I feel like she's gonna lock in and she's gonna use her scary weapon. It's pointless, you fools! You cannot dampen my positive energy. Sweetheart became happy. Sweetheart can no longer become sad or angry. Okay. Stop missing! Oh my goodness. Okay, not the worst. At least we got like energy for the special attack. Oh, they're all angry. Well, that's fine. You can be angry. Right in the heart, but a dull attack. Sweetheart's attack missed Slay. Oh, but I guess it doesn't charge up the energy like that. You dare raise your fists at me? Fools. You should be groveling on your knees. Okay, snack time. Oh, this is so nice. Well, I guess this is energy for the foxtail. I didn't consider that. Just keep checking. Ooh, 71 damage is crazy. Alright. Ready, go. Dunk on her! It was a dual attack. Oh. Oh. My beauty and grace is boundless and everlasting. It's a shame that you won't be able to enjoy it for much longer. Sweetheart became a static? Aw, I want to be a static. A little worried about Kel. Can I be honest? Kel might die. Wait, deals extra damage to happy foes? Maybe I should have been doing that the whole time, huh? Oh my goodness. Everyone's angry. Enraged? Oh dear. I see you are still standing. Cockroaches are resilient, I suppose. Sweetheart became manic? Oh, I wish Amori was manic. Kind of awesome. Kashira? Kashira? I don't even know what Kashira is. Being angry makes you deal more damage, right? Maybe keep feeding Kel. I'm worried about him. Miss. Kel is dead! And Hero's dead. What the? Ouch. Okay. Good thing we have gem packets. Netflix happy on all friends. I don't know if the jam packets will proc before the confetti. But I guess Loki just attack. Oh, she's so low. Ouch. Oh wait, she missed. Slay. Omori is faster, yes. Depends on the speed of who acts first. I don't know what anyone's speed is. Low key. Oh, she's so low. Let's turn her into bread. Surely popcorn will be fine. Surely. I'm back for peak. Hey, welcome back. Be honest, since you love the side quest. Oh, to be honest, since you love the side quest. Blah. Man, I haven't even been like intentionally grinding. I just keep running into guards, and it's like teehee. Teehee. See, this boss is suggested 60. Oh, that's kind of good to know. Can I make Omori more angry? She messed up. Oh, you can't. He's serious. Look at him. Oh my god, I love him. No. Is this what they call defeat? I cannot accept this. I will not accept this. You're all nothing but a bunch of lowly peasants. Okay. You're a piece of bread. Oh my god! 5,800 EXP! Let's go! Keep it, boss. There's no correct way to playing. She still kicks some ass, though. Or a monster. Man, I missed the song already. That was so nice. I can't believe I'm over leveled. That usually never happens to me. Kel learned Megaphone. Hero learned Captivate. Slay, 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 slay. Got an achievement. How could this be? You're all nothing. How dare you defy me? Throw them in the dungeon. Guards? Guards? Gigi, thank you! That was so fun. To be honest, I think the Rare Bear, like, train was a bit harder than she was, but she was still pretty tough. It's over, sweetheart. The wedding is cancelled. No, I cannot accept this. Just leave me alone. Honestly, why are they being haters? I feel like if she wants to marry herself, she should, like, be able to. Without Some kids telling her what to do. What the hell? Wait, look at that paint job. That's so pretty. My sweetheart. Oh, my sweetheart. I'm so relieved that I made it in time. You must stop this madness at once. Captain Spaceboy? You. You idiot. I thought I told you to never show your face in front of me again. What does that say? Mercury retrograde? That's so awesome. Oh, sweetheart. My sweetheart. My sweet jelly-filled donut. Oh, that was the password. That's so cute. Please, look into your heart and give me another chance. I should not have kept you waiting all those days. Wait, why did they break up? Was it just because he was, like, always away on missions? Didn't give her enough time? They seem good for each other, but I don't know. I think they both got some issues. You. What are you doing? I'm sorry I didn't do this sooner. Wait, and didn't all his friends, like, hate her? Did that change at all? This feels not good. Marry me, sweetheart. Right here on this very stage. Oh, my. This is all so sudden. How romantic. Sprout Mole Mike, I order you to marry us immediately. Yes, at once, my liege. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here to... Oh, forget the formalities, Mike. True love cannot wait. Yes, my princess. Ahem. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you sweetheart and space husband. You may now kiss the bride. Aww. Oh, censored. Oh, sweetheart. Let us travel the universe together and leave all this behind. Yes, yes, my husband. I will go anywhere as long as it is with you. Let us take leave, my sweetheart. We have been apart for much too long. Wait, if the issue in the first place was that he was away all the time, why didn't they do this earlier? They could have just traveled together. But I'm glad it seems like they're making it work out now. Come, my ship awaits. Yes, of course, my dear. But first, there's one last thing I must do. Sprout Mole Mike, hand me the button. At once, my queen. Kind of awkward. We already, like, smashed up the statue of Space Boyfriend. Means that this is a robbery, Pink Fox. Give me all your snacks. I don't have that many snacks. I have this candy cane that I've been eating, but I kind of don't want to give it to you. Because it's tasty and I want to eat it. Maybe later. We won't need all this anymore. Oh. Okay. Just blowing things up. I'm ready now, dear. At long last, we can be together. Come, my queen. Our chariot awaits. Why is Mike coming with them? We don't have a choice? I don't know. I'm feeling like I'm making a choice, and it's to not give it to you. Off they go. Meow. How beautiful. So much for a happy ending. I don't think that's going to end well at all. Yeah. I guess this was a complete waste of time. Wow. What a fun waste of time. Your bond with your friends became stronger. Everyone's follow-up moves improved. Aw, cute. Oh, it's quiet. I don't know what the point of blowing up the stage was. I mean, as easy as taking candy from a 3-year-old? Well, I mean, you can try if you want to. Uh, why is it scary? Wait, no! We almost escaped the castle. Is that Basil? Is Basil in there? What's the matter, Amori? Is there something wrong? Hmm. Unsettling. It's a long way down. I don't wanna. Wait, no. I don't wanna jump. I don't wanna jump. Whoa. What are you? Pessy? I love Sweetheart. So much so that I've acquired tickets to the most prestigious Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts event. Although I was unable to obtain an ultra rare, impossible to attain front row ticket, my reputable salesman has assured me that my ticket will still seat me in a prime location. He's also assured me that the event will start very soon, so I've been waiting here in line for many, many hours. I wonder if we should tell him. I missed the boss fight! Aw, Azu, you missed a banger! That was like low-key the best song I've ever heard in a video game before. Wah, wah, wah. It's okay. Kel and Hero died, but I gave him some jam packets, and I kind of kicked ass. There's one better song? Really? I don't know, I really liked that one. He missed the Valentine! It's so sad. I think the sprout mole on my head helped. I wonder if we should tell him. I am sure that at any moment the event will begin and I'll be guided to my seat by none other than Sweetheart herself. Now, as I am the truest Sweetheart fan, I cannot even think of coming to the event without my most precious thing. Take a look at my beautiful... What's this? It's... missing? No. My most precious thing. I will not be able to attend my dream event without it. You four, since you are undoubtedly lesser Sweetheart fans, I must ask you to find my precious thing and return it to me. You'll know it when you see it. I surely won't miss my favorite boss fight. Surely! Is it coming up soon? I don't know what your favorite boss fight is, but surely you won't miss it. Oh, yuck, yuck. Wait, you didn't even tell me what it was. I don't know what you want. I'll know it when I see it. Surely, it's low-key a side quest one. Well, don't worry, I've been doing so many side quests. Okay, I'll know it when I see it. My favorite boss fight is when you killed those bunnies. Don't say that you liked it when I killed the bunnies. Surely I haven't missed it already. I'm trying to think of side quests I've done. I feel like I've done a lot of side quests. But I don't know. I don't know if any of them were boss fights. Wow, what an explosive finale. Isn't Sweetheart just the greatest? Yup. She's pretty cool. Hi, Amori. Cliff face as usual, I see. You should totally smile more. I've always liked your smile. So, do you need me to help you with anything? All it costs is your love. Wait, this is the ones I completed. Oh. I don't think none of these are bosses. Oh my goodness. There's so many things to do. Care package? Oh, I have to deliver something to Brother Mole and Sprout Mole Colony. Okay, and I have to give Kansley her bear. I have to find a book. I have a joke book. I think I have 2 jokes in it. I think I'm doing good. When you're ready to progress, praise the dark hole. I figured that was progressing. I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing out on anything. I'm not sure if Mari has it in the quest, but you have an item that might lead you to it? I think I did the TV girl thing. I haven't used the train pass or the snow cone ticket. Psst. Hey kids. I couldn't help but overhear. That guy Pessy dropped something valuable, right? Something precious, perhaps? I might be able to help you with that. This guy seems awfully shady. What's the catch, shady mole? Ahem. As you may already know, these sprout moles are very intelligent and high-functioning creatures. And smartest of us all, the mayor is creating a device that will help sprout moles do their work at a much higher capacity than what was previously possible. Guys, yapping. A fabled device of legend that, when complete, will entirely revolutionize the modern world. He calls it the BED. The BED. What do you want that for? Hey, no questions. Get me a BED first and then we'll talk. A BED, huh? That seems simple enough. Wait, Kel, I don't know. He seems awfully untrustworthy. You know what they say? Holes are holes. Fuck autocorrect. Huh? I have one of those. I straight from it. Oh my god. I didn't know we were in the presence of such a distinguished individual. Maybe we should just give him a BED and see what happens. If you think so, hero. But something about him really rubs me the wrong way. Where am I supposed to find a bed? Oh my god, I did not deliver your package. Sorry. There's a year's worth of tofu in there. Won't it go bad? I don't even know if the bed would be in here. This wall is nice and cold. Oh. Can I put the Sprout Mole mask back on and then go into this room? No! I want to go in the Sprout Mole's only room. Aw, man. I think I did everything else in here. Unless there's a bed just hidden somewhere. Oh. This is the guy whose Christmas I low-key ruined. Anyway, maybe... maybe we get out of here. Oh. How is my daughter? Kazuna Van Infinite. Man, what kind of name is that? Why did you name your daughter that? She's doing good, look. I can show you photos of her. Like there she is holding Hiro's arm. There she is getting her head pat. There she is a little bit angry at Kel. There, there she is a little bit angry at Kel. There she is cuddling with Omori. And there she is giving a high five. So I would say she's doing pretty good. Okay. We gotta find something for the Sweetheart fan, and we gotta find a bed. But other than that, I think I did pretty much everything in this weird little sprout mole area. It's a long way down. Do you want to jump? Maybe we make Hiro do that. He's the oldest, you know, so he can probably tank it. Oh, okay. Down the rabbit hole. Rotating. Where are they going? Okay, well... maybe Amori's cooked. Man, his hair blends in with the shadows. Oh. We're on a stage with, the get well soon flower bird things. A white egret orchid. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." Well, if this is like a dreamland situation, then I guess it's good that we have so many of these. Mountains of books forgotten through time. The keepers of this library have long since passed. Ooh. Oh! Okay, it's the same. What you got here? You find a book of interest. Read an excerpt. One by one, they fell asleep on the car ride home. It was a long day at the beach after all, and everyone was exhausted. Redacted was the first to nod off, then the rest. Ooh, I wonder if that's Kel since it's 3 blinks. As the sun set over the freeway... Oh, well, nobody's name has 1 letter. Redacted's head accidentally drops onto Redacted's shoulder. I think this is Aubrey, but I don't know who this one is. The sudden jolt wakes him, but he doesn't dare open his eyes. Oh, maybe... it's him. Maybe it's Basil? I don't know. He pretends to be asleep and steadies his breathing. He listens to the sound of the road. He feels the soft sun resting on his skin and the slight tinge of pain on his nose from tomorrow's sunburn. He is happy. Very, very happy. And he makes a vow to himself that no matter what, he'll remember this moment forever. Aww. They had fun on the beach together. That's really sad. Well, I guess it's not sad. I guess it's happy. But it feels kind of sad. Reading that when you're all alone. My goodness, I can't see anything. Is that a candle? Can I get to it? Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just background decoration. Hmm. Okay, let's read another excerpt. A puddle of juice sinks into the carpet. Ew. Hovering above it is none other than Blink, holding an open juice box. He looks around at his friends, who are all wearing the same face of disappointment. That's probably Kel, huh? He lets out a guilty chuckle. In what seems like less than a second, Blink disappears out the front door. A tiny black kitten makes her way through the stain, leaving sloppy, wet tracks all across the carpet. They mentioned a kitten earlier. I think they said like Mari got a new kitten or something. Blink's face turns all red and yells for Blink, but Blink is already long gone. Blink hands Blink some wet paper towels. It looks like they're the only adults here. Well, maybe that's Hiro and Mari. And if they don't clean this up soon, the carpet is going to stain. They'll have to deal with Blink later. Aww. Okay, so I guess you can't really do anything with the candles. Man, I can't see nothing. Yo, what the? Who are you? I don't know who that was supposed to be. Didn't really get a good look. This year, Blink was lucky enough to get assigned to a desk next to the small window. Every day during class, Blink would gaze listlessly through the opening. At the shadows of the trees, the clouds creeping overhead. His mind drifted elsewhere. Into his own worlds, his own stories, his own adventures. He had a habit of doing this. It was easy for him to get lost. Today was the same as any other. Blink stared vacantly out the small window as the clouds passed one by one. Suddenly, a hand playfully slaps his back, snapping him out of his reverie. Blink looks away from the opening. Blink smiles. I'm assuming this one character one is Amori. Or maybe Basil. I really can't tell. Blink smiles. He motions that class is over and that it's finally time for lunch. It's pizza day today, and they need to bolt to the cafeteria before it's all gone. Blink's stomach growls. He looks at the small window one last time. He would have to continue his adventure another day. Very spidery in this library. It's sunset. A strange statue watches over the hidden lake. It might have meant something significant in the past, but time has made its engravings illegible. Either way, it doesn't matter to the company visiting it today. They're only here to use it as a diving board. The brothers take turns jumping off the statue. Blink jumps first. Then Blink. Then Blink again. And Blink again. The brothers gleefully urge Blink to join them, and after some careful thought, Blink wearily agrees. Blink shovels up the statue and looks down at the moving water. He can hear his heart beat. His ears begin to ring. His legs feel as if they would give out at any time. He tries to focus on his breathing. He feels something crawling on his shoulder, and his eyes fly open to meet with those of a black spider. In an instant, Blink loses all sense and hurls himself into the lake. Water fills his nose. Aww. He exerts his limbs, but the water is stronger. He's too weak, too helpless. Or that is what he believes. Blink shuts his eyes and waits for the brothers to save him. Still not really sure if that's Omori or Basil. Basil does kind of seem like he would consider himself helpless. But maybe Omori would too. Everyone is over again today. The special occasion is Saturday morning. From 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., a group of 6 friends eat a delicious homemade breakfast and watch TV together. It's the most enjoyable part of every week. Blink looks at the clock. 8 a.m. 2 hours left. He'd be able to watch with everyone else until 10 a.m. when his tutor arrives. Blink grimaces. What he thought would be a rewarding hobby has been nothing more than a nuisance. Instead of watching the shows with the rest of his friends, he'll be the only one to miss out. Only he could watch the last hour with everyone else. Only he didn't have to play the violin. Okay, I think that is Omori then. I think in the picture book it said he got a violin for Christmas or something. Aww. He only missed 1 hour, but he feels so excluded. Oh. L. Growling. 7 keys left. Well, I don't know if going that way progresses it, or if going to the spotlight progresses it. Oh, are you taking the L? Womp womp. 9 out of 26. That is really not a lot. The wall feels hollow here. What? Go left first? Thank you. An old grandfather clock. On closer inspection, it doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't even anything. The wall feels hollow here. Oh, stop. Have you read all the books? Are you sure? If I missed a book? Did I miss a book? I read this one. It was about cartoon watching. I read this one. It was... man, I don't remember what it was about. Oh, it was about... a spider on the shoulder. It activates once all the books have been read? Oh. Wait. Which one did I miss? Also, the fact that he shut his eyes after he was already under the water is crazy. Why would you not close your eyes before jumping? That would hurt so bad. This one is just right in the open. I'm sure I read this. Okay, this one is about... there's pizza in the cafeteria. Omori reaction time. Oh. maybe not. Like, I don't know. It's understandable that he would forget to, like, blow out of his nose, and, like, water would go up your nose if you were startled by a spider. Jumping in, eyes open is so crazy. Okay, this is about Kel spilling juice. And then Hiro and Mari clean it up. Is there one over here? Oh, there is. I don't think I got this one, maybe. It was a hot summer day, and all Blank could think about was why they couldn't do this tomorrow. The backyard was a mess. Planks of wood were strewn about the area. Paint stains blotched the grass, thanks to Blank and Blank's work. Aubrey and Basil, maybe? All day, Blank watched Blank lug planks of wood back and forth from his dad's pickup truck. He watched Blank hammer his fingers over and over, and made note that over an hour had passed since Blank has climbed down her ladder. I'll just be their moral support, Blank thought, as he sat sleepily in the shade of his favorite tree. Of course, he knew this wouldn't be the case. Soon his friends will be asking for his help, and he won't be able to refuse. The tree house is for everyone, so it's only fair that everyone puts some work into it. Blank knows this and agrees, but reluctantly. He slides up and wobbles his way to the mess. He knows he should put in his fair share. It just had to be on the hottest day of summer. Oh, okay. I think that's it then. Something opened. Hello? I can't see. Basil? Oh, I think it's Basil. Come back! I miss you. A grand piano. The word Amori is etched across the center. Is Amori just a brand of a piano? Ah yes, some delicious fruits. Would you like to eat some? I guess so. Seems suspicious. You feel better. Piano Mori! Oh, man. Mari's picnic basket, but there's no Mari here. That's sad. A jump rope. The well feels hollow here. Well feels hollow here. What am I supposed to do with the hollow wall? Maybe this room is just so that you see that little Basil figure. Or maybe it's his piano. But he has a different name in the real world. Mari was the Hollow Knight all along. What does that mean? Alright, Amori. You're a bug now. Use your bug powers. You turned a tiny bug at the end, trust. Yo, spoilers! Bro. Sigh. Do I have to... Do I have to put the text back on the stream? Man. What about Omori 2 where he meets View and Ultra Kill? Oh, I haven't played the game with Ultra Kill in it. So I don't really know anything about that. Omori 3 where he's actually in Deltarune Chapter 6. I was gonna say this setting like quite reminds me of Deltarune Chapter 4. Since, you know, they're both kind of... Like the locations look kind of similar. I spoiled them, Bug Mori. Man, how dare you? Part of this shelf has been cleared out. There's a hole here. I feel like he's gonna look into the hole and then there's gonna be the eyeball creature. And then I'm gonna have a heart attack. Let me make my sprout mole bigger. Ah, my sprout mole! Hold on. Okay. More emotional support. A hole in a hole? Like a donut? Our emotional support. No, it's fine. Oh. Okay. A flash of light. Ah, Basil! He's okay. I think. Oh. Oh, the creature's in his eye. Sprout mulling it. Who's up sprout mulling it? Don't forget, it's in the toy box. The toy box? I haven't seen any toy. No! I don't want to be here! Don't forget. Bro. This is so freaky. There's no door. We have to stab again. Oh my god, I don't want to do this. I want to give Candaly her teddy bear. Waiting for something to happen? Oh. Oh my god. Frightened. A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Ah. This is an Azumazu underscore reference. Your sketchbook. Take a look inside. Okay, I'm pretty sure all of this is the same so far. This looks like it's like a hint or something. Like, there's so many numbers. A red light bulb. I think this is all the same. It said Sarah's not gooning. Yo, you're the one who brought gooning into this. I did not say that. It's weird of you to think that. Foreshadowing, that's for sure, for what I suppose. It's for gooning. Thank you, Mixo. Is this the steak you put in the microwave? I can't really tell what that is. Mari's cat giving Omori, ringing a little bell. He's got ice on his head. Light bulb seems so important because it's like literally the logo of the game. I'm still not really sure what that means. Cake, maybe birthday. The jacks are an item that are in my pocket, I think. Cal has a bat. Lots of little steak things. Blood on the slide. Like Satan summoning circle. Ugh. Don't get any of this. I think RIP, she's drowning. Everyone's drowning. Snake. Bathtub. His clothes are hanging up. Is this a bra? Blood rain. I don't know. You know how like sometimes children therapists will like ask kids to draw a picture and then they like interpret it based off that, like art therapy or something like that. Every time I look at the sketchbook, I'm like, how do I analyze this? I really don't get any. I don't know if I'm supposed to know what this means. That microwave secret traumatized him. I guess so. Decapitated head. Summoning circle. I mean, I don't know. Surely my laptop has something helpful. Oh, this is not helpful. Man, I'm losing a hangman. Okay, Blink, blink, black. Black. DFIJ. Blank 2. I guess this could be blank. Blank or black. I'm not good enough at Wordle for this. To blank. To black. To blank. To black. Well, okay. Is this different? A light bulb hangs from the ceiling wherever it is. Yeah, let's look into it. Yep, it looks black like regular. It's pitch black inside. You can't see a thing. When Amori said, it's stabbing time and stabbed everywhere. Oh my god. It's just like Chris Deltarune. I missed that part, but I wish I didn't. The Aubrey Church fight? The Aubrey Church fight. Like you're saying you missed... Like when you played this game, you missed the Aubrey Church fight? Or you missed me playing it? I low-key died to her, and then I said, haha, I'm gonna save Scum. and then I think I still died to her, but it was like less bad. Got more dialogue. The answer is Burgess Meredith. Oh, okay. Means everything soundtrack in my top 5? On the Steam, yeah. It means everything. Is this a soundtrack? This is just a heart beating. Okay. Guess we're stabbing. Man. Oh my goodness. I don't know what just happened, but there's like a big crash from my kitchen, and I feel like I should see what that is all about. 2 days left. I know it said like Amori's gonna move in 3 days, but I feel like it's gonna be 2 days until the most tragic event in human history. Oh my god, a knock at the door. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna cut to ads and see what's happening in my kitchen. And if I don't come back, Amori got me. Please, please enjoy these really cursed hearts. Man, she better not. Actually, maybe that would be fine. Do you think that would be fine? I think it'd be fine. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. It was a false alarm. I mean, I live with cats, so usually, like, I feel like it's not that uncommon to hear like crashing noises, but this one was like really big. But I'm in the process of moving, and so I have a lot of boxes stacked on top of each other, and a stack of boxes fell over. It's fine. It's regular. Oh wait, there's still 10 seconds of ad jail. Please watch this for 10 seconds. I also finished my candy cane. Ignore my message, thank you. Okay, I will ignore your message. Everything was peaceful until the 13th high schooler lying hidden somewhere in the school attacked. 13th? 13th? I thought it was 16th. Or are you just making up your own thing? Was it 16th? Fuck. Oh, you're not even a real fan. What the hell? Azu. I thought you were better than this. I thought you were a true gamer. Big fan. Sigh. Azu, did you play Danganronpa or did you just watch other people play it? I haven't really seen you play it, obviously, but I didn't know if you ever did. I never played it. Oh. Wait, but you seem like you know so much about what's going on. Okay, I think everybody's out of their ad jail. It's you! Oh my god! Blorgle mention. LARP? Professional LARPing? LARPing? I was playthroughs! Like, at that point of each game, bro. It's not like a choices matter game. Like, I guess you can watch all the hangout events for all the different characters. But you know the story is pretty much the same, right? I guess, well, maybe that's not true. In Danganronpa 1, I got the like polycule ending, but it was like a secret like little game over thing. It's for the reactions? Oh. Well, if you're doing all that, I feel like I forgot about that. I feel like if you're doing all that, you should play the game. And we get your reaction. I'm scared of this knocking. And the sprout mole is low-key clipping into my skull. Guys, I don't know what to do. Is this fine? I'm sure it's fine. Maybe the closer it is to my brain, the more soothing it is, you know? You could have finished One Piece at that time. Really? I guess it depends on how long... Ugh! I guess it depends on how long the playthroughs are. Can I gamble? Yes! Please, get me out of this. What is for upside down? Shouldn't it possibly be upside down too then? No. No, it's not an upside down thing. It's just we needed an emotional support sprout mole, and this is the one that was chosen. I like people popping off about the 20th high score lying hidden somewhere in the school. It's not 20! Wait, check this out. Check this out. I have so much money. Hit. What is this? 17? Is 17 a hit or a stay moment? Does anybody know? What chat? Whenever you play blackjack, what number do you stay? What's your like limit? That's a stay. Okay. You have to get upside down yourself. I hate to say it. Okay, well, first of all, you do not hate to say it. You say that every stream. And second of all, I am not gonna do that for free. That's a channel point ready, mister. They got in a car crash. Just put itself there. Ouch. Oh, 20, that's a stay. What? God, I thought this would make me feel better after the scary knocking. Oh my god. Guys, this sucks. Hi, Joru! It's so good to see you. Oh my god, I'm busting all over the place. Oh, okay, stay. 20 is good. Oh, thank goodness. I love to see a great white shark with a party hat on. Meow, meow, meow. The spot is cheating? That's what I'm saying. For the upside down? Alright, but then the sprout mole will be right side up. We're diametrically opposed. Sprout mole stays upside down. True. Okay, hit. 18? Is 18 stay? I think 18 is stay. Oh my god, what? Guys, I'm losing so much money. I also don't know, is there an achievement for like if you get a certain amount of money? I don't really know what the point of this is. Fun. You go upside down for Joru. Oh. I'm bounced off the screen, but then it's on Doc's view, so you can just like see my process anyway. Okay. Wow. Uh Wow, look, now the sprout mole is so regular. And right side up. Okay, and then honeycomb. I don't really know where to put this. It'll go in the corner. Wow. Nice flip. Did you like it? It's pretty cool, right? My immersion. Ugh, man. Now it looks like Foss is in car crash. Fly yourself into the hole. Oh man. That poor Sprout is traumatized. Well, he's still like bouncing. He's kind of like he's vibing. So I think he's okay with it. Oh man. 18? 18 stay. Yippee! Yeah. Okay. Hit. Oh my goodness. Stay. Oh man. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even do the math. Oh, that's 18 as well. Man, this bad gambling is like low-key worse than the scary door knocking. I wish it did the math for me. 13. Hit. Oh my god. Oh man. We stay till 21? Hit, I mean. Hit till 21! That is so aggressive. Man, I lost like... I don't remember what my starting one was. But I think it was like 2,200 or something. So either you're both right side up or you're both upside down. You're gonna have to fix that by rotating. No. Ryan, can you stop telling me what to do? I think it's fine if we're opposites. And you're kinda being a little bit not very fun. Okay. Hitting until 21. Okay. Okay, wait. Azu was cooking. Maybe this is the strat. I dump my 60k points to keep them diametrically opposed. There's no... What are you gonna... There's like not even a way for you to just spend 60k points. Like I can't just Thanos now. That's so awesome. Okay, this is 15. Okay, hit. Yo, wait! Wait! Wait. Is hit till 21 the strat? Okay. Hit. 17, hit. 19? Oh, that feels really risky. Because 2 of the 2s are out. So that means the only options to get 21 are the 4 3s and the 2 2s. So that's 6 out of... Shoot. Wait. What are the stats? I feel like this one should be a stay. Although I guess I don't know if it's just one deck of cards that they're using. I don't know how this AI works. Surely you have more, my good sir. And it's 60k. 60k is quite a lot. I'm kind of surprised. I low-key do! Wait, how much do you have then? Say. Let's go! Wait, I'm almost back to where I started. What? What is that? Tie off the bat. 18. Hit. Oh. Hit. Hit. 19. Say. Tie. Till 21 is bringing us back. It is. Do you get like a special prize if you get to 3,000 or something? Or is this just like a time sink for funsies? Okay, hit. Okay, 18. Hit. Oh. Okay, hit. Oh. Oh man. Hit. Hit. Math. 11, 15, 16. Hit. 18. Stay. No! Oh. That's... Hit. Oh. 18. I feel like if I hit, it's gonna be a face card. Stay. Blackjack is a time sink. There's other IRL stuff linked to achievements, though. Wait, so I'm doing this for no reason? Stay. Oh. Stay. What are you at? Stay. No! There's so much stuff in the city that's just slightly to the side. Really? You're getting rich. Okay, well, let me get back to 2,000 and then I'll quit. Hit. Yippee! I'm low-key not even doing the math anymore. I'm just pressing hit or stay based off vibes. Hit. Stay. Aw, man. Till 21, yippee. Okay, well... Okay. You're right. Hit, hit. Hit. Oh. Honestly, this is not working. Oh. Hit. Man! Oh, it's gonna take so long to get back to 2,000. Hit. Yippee! Goodness. Stay. Man! Oh my god, perfect. This is it, it's the comeback. Oh. No. So look, it come back, hit. Oh. Yippee. Hit. Hit. Oh. Man, I think they should take face cards out of this game. Hit. What is that? That's probably stay. Yippee! Ew. That is the worst spelling I've ever seen. Hit. Save. Fat spotted. Jarchi. You seem like somebody who would know about blackjack. What number do you stay at? Hit. Oh. Man. Hit. Oh. I stop at 17. 17? Oh my god, that's my favorite number. Okay. Stay. That's better than 17, surely. You guys lied to me. Man, I had $2,000. Stay. Every time I ever been to a casino, I've never done anything with cards. I just do the little like slot machines. And it goes bada 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 bada. And it's quite nice. I do card counting. I count. That's awesome. I'm pinning that. Yippee! Oh, see, that's a much better spelling. Stay. Man, it's because the deck of cards has bad vibes. The Great White Shark is kind of frightening. Hit. Oh. Bus hates UB? No, I don't hate UB. But IE is already on thin ice, but then with the Y at the end, it's like, no! This sucks and I'm quitting to go find the scary knock. Boss, pay attention to me. Say hello to me. Hello, hello. Please, boss. I read your message. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. You have a new message. Yep. Yippee. Yippee. What the heck? Put that away. Hey, Blurgle. It's Mommy. Are you doing okay? You haven't been answering my calls or responding to my voicemails. If you keep ignoring me, I'll start to get worried again. Start to get worried? You haven't started getting worried yet? That's kind of crazy. I hope you're pacing your chores. I don't think even I could finish everything in one day. Did you end up visiting Kel? If not, it's alright. I understand. Just take things at your own pace. By the way, can you check the closet down the stairs and see if there's anything you want to keep? I'll probably just throw away whatever you don't want anymore. There's only 2 days left before I come pick you up. Wait, okay, my theory is that Blurgle's mom kills him. And it keeps saying 2 days left, and you think, oh, it's 2 days left until the move. But it's actually 2 days left until the mom crashes out. It kills him. The mom was the killer? That's my theory. That's my theory. Because she's coming in 2 days, and the day countdown seems really important. So I think... Or, instead of killing Blurgle, she kills Mari, because... You know, we find out that maybe Mari might not be alive. Or maybe Mari is the mom. I think there's a lot of theories that seem really probable. Cooking. Thank you. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey. Bzz. A table lamp. Can you do the chores? Mom's to-do list. You don't feel like you're doing your chores right now. Man, this guy never feels like doing his chores. Mari's our mom? I think so. We went at 2 old grandfather clocks. They stopped working a long time ago, but Mom likes to keep them around. There was a grandfather clock in the library, in the upside down. Maybe the milk expires in 2 days, so Dad will be back by then. Oh, cooking. That makes sense to me. Looks good. What if Sweetheart is our mom? Shoot. What if Sweetheart is Mari? Wait, isn't this the closet that we just heard about? Bro, stop shaking your little head. Get in there, soldier. Man. Okay. What if Grandpa's our mom? Shoot! Oh my god, Amori killed his mom. And the voicemails are just old, and he keeps listening to them because he misses his mom. And his guilt is so strong that he's gonna go kill his sister on the slide, and that's why in his sketchbook there's blood on the slide. And then he takes over Mari's cat, and that's why we see her little cat everywhere. And we make the cat our butler, and we threaten the cat. We're like, I'm gonna do to you what I did to Mari. And that's why the cat is our butler now. What if here's our mom? The slide is our mom! Shoot, you're cooking! You're cooking! Grandpa, mom could have prevented this. Don't care. Opening the fridge. The... I don't even have a steak to microwave. Oh wait, last time the knocking was Kel. I don't know why I'm freaking out. It's probably just Kel. Oh. Wait, he's not in his real life outfit. He's in his upside down outfit. Hello? Hello? Blurgle? Are you there? What? Hello? Hello? What? Where am I? What'd you like to do? Why did I teleport? Okay, open the door. Oh, maybe it just the camera like shifted 180 degrees. That makes more sense. But I'm gonna come down from missing things. I'm gonna come down from the ceiling. Oh my god. Close your eyes for immersion. Wait, look at my bow actually. I worked so hard because the bow is actually a hair asset. And it was meant to like on the model it was like on the top of the head. I guess because it's supposed to be like through a ponytail or something. So I had to like adjust it. But the big ribbon part and then these like dangly parts are all technically separate hair pieces. And so I had to like line them all up so it looked like it was sitting on the back of my head and not just floating on top of my head. It was kind of hard, but I think I ate. I think I ate. It's pretty cool. Okay, and then shoot, where's chat? Chat, where are you? Oh, there you are. You go. And then my honeycombs come next to me. Yippee! What if Blorgle is his own grandpa? Oh. I mean, that could. I think you're cooking. Cute flower emoji. Wait, is that flower emoji? Oh no, it's point emoji. Very, very cute. Thank you. Hi, Blurgle. Top of the morning to you. Wow, bro is knocking for like 20 minutes. Wait, look, there's a cat on the roof. There's a cat on the roof. I don't think that's Mar. I think Mari's cat was a black cat. This is just a random cat. Well, we're like noon actually. Turns out Hero's not coming back until around dinner today, so I thought I'd drop by a little later. Mom is having me buy stuff from at Faraway Plaza before he comes back, and I thought it might be funner if we went together. Ah, he's so cute! Do you want to come along, Blorgle? Of course you do. Come on. Let's go! He's so precious. I love quality time friends, where like, you don't even have to be doing something important, like going out to dinner or going bowling. You can just like do your errands together. Get your oil changed together. Is Blurgle a nickname or a name? It's a nickname. Well, it's his It's his biblically accurate name, but like we chose it for him. I think his default name was Sunny, but it asked if we wanted to give him a name. And chat said Blurgle, and I thought that was funny as hell. So now we're Blurgle. The orange cat looks hungry. Feed it some fish? Yeah. Oh, I don't have any fish. Wait, this is gonna mess me all up because it's gonna take me 1 billion years to get through this like real world scenario. And I'm gonna forget what I was doing in the upside down. Like I already forgot what I was supposed to do. I said like don't forget it's in the toy box. I don't even know what that is. Let's see what we have. We have no snacks, no toys, and some meat for some hamburgers. Man. And a seashell. His parents don't hate him! Yo! I kind of feel like his parent. And I resent that. I named him that and I love him. I figured it out. Chat named Blurgle. Wait, you're so right! Maybe you made his parents hate him? Nuh-uh, I don't even know what his mom looks like. I think Blurgle doesn't have a father. But I'm not 100% sure. I think there's lore about them getting divorced maybe, but I forgot. She's forgetting. No snacks. Don't worry, I have raw meat. I have ground beef for a hamburger. You can snack on that. This sounds you lore drop. Yeah, it's true. It's true. What the heck? What happened here? Dang it. Must have been Aubrey and the scooter gang. Man, Aubrey was ready to like hit him with a spiky bat. I feel like writing Kel smells and chalk is not even that big of a deal. Blurgle, be honest. Do I smell? Okay, chat. What do you think Kel smells like? Oh, wait. Hold up, Blurgle. I know it's been a while since you've been over at my place, but now might be a good time. Oh my god, sorry. Largle did no such thing. Yeah, I would never do that. Largle's name, bro, don't point and laugh. Oh, the plastic flamingos seem to be in good spirits. Aw, that's good. Wait, I want to go back to that one person's house and tutor them. Also, like, dog shit? What? Is that honestly what you think? Hi, Nightmare. Welcome in. I don't think he would smell, like, super good. Like, I don't think he would smell necessarily like flowers or baked goods. But I don't think he'd smell bad. I think he'd have a pretty, like, neutral scent. Like, what's something that's kind of neutral? Sorry! Oh, my goodness. That's so interesting. Oh, wait, this is the way to church, I think. Wears a sports jersey every single day. That boy is rank. Can I look at him? Oh, he has a rock! But his hair is so, like, good. You know? Like, Hero's hair is a little bit messy and scruffy, but Kel's hair is not scruffy. So I get the feeling that he takes good care of himself. Maybe celery is a good indicator. Sweat with a hint of bologna. Plain wheat cereal. Wait, I like that. That's kind of awesome. Who are you? Ah, my dog Lucas ran out of the door again. He's always trying to get out of the house. Sometimes I wonder if he only lives here for the food. Sigh. Where'd he go this time? Wait, there's also a house... There's a couple that invited me to, like, their housewarming party or something. Oh, I forgot everything. I forgot everything because they split this game into 2 separate games. And you have to remember things for both of the worlds, and my memory just is not that good. Omori would be the stinkiest here. You haven't showered once this whole game? No, but in the sketchbook, he's in the bathtub. So surely he's taken a bath. Also, I really like his outfit. It's kind of hard to see, but I think he's got like a white colored shirt underneath like a sweater vest, and I think that is such peak like clothing choice. I feel like Omori has to smell like some sort of spice. Like nutmeg or something. We threw microwave steak day 1. Oh. Did we throw up? I thought we passed out. Maybe we did throw up. Yikes. Okay, well, maybe we're cooked. You? Oh my god, shower check. When's the last time everybody took a shower? If it's been more than 3 days, I think you should take a shower. Florkle smells nice. Surely that's just a Mori? Oh. But like, they're the same person, right? So surely they smell exactly the same. Unless you smell better in your dreams. I guess I'm not 100% sure that the other world is a dream, but it's like definitely something. But I think you probably smell the same in your dreams. It's been 1 day, I'm safe. Oh yeah, you're safe. I showered like right before stream, so I'm safe too. Maybe like an hour before stream. Everyday folks get a pass to leave stream early. It's okay. Yeah. It's true, it's true, it's true. Is this a tutor house? Or am I just in somebody's house? Is this the mouth girl's house? Oh, it's the bathroom. Kel is like, come on, I have some shopping to do for my mom. And I'm like, yeah, let's actually walk all around the town. Oh, hi, Mr. Tutor. Sorry. This may seem kind of selfish of me, but you see, my dad isn't home today because he's out running errands. I've been studying in my room all summer, and I just want 1 day to play at the park. Could you please finish my worksheet for today so he doesn't please? I promise I'll be home before it gets dark, so please don't tell him. Girl, you can have time to go to the park and do your worksheet. I think like 4 questions is not gonna take you multiple hours. I guess I'll cheat for you. Do you use hand soap? Hey, we have shampoo. That'd be really funny. Like, there's no soap in your bathtub. It's just all a bunch of different hand soaps. 3D folks can bring us to the shower. Oh my goodness, I actually did bring my phone into the shower one time because I was watching a stream and I was really invested and I was like, man, I have to shower, but like I don't want to miss anything. So I brought my phone into the shower, and now I don't know why I held my phone up as if you can see it. You can't see it. But now there's like dead pixels on the side of my phone. Like it doesn't affect the performance. Like, I can still like touch it and it's like still sensitive, but there's just a big like bar of white pixels on the right side of my phone. So I guess the 3-day folks can do that, but you know, be cautious. Be cautious. I was so scared when it first happened. It like my whole phone was like in opposite colors. Like, you know how you can go into the accessibility settings and you can like make the colors like inverted? My phone did that and it was like scary. And then I put it in rice and it fixed itself, but there's some dead pixels. You didn't practice proper umbrellaing. I didn't. I just like put it on the shelf. Like, my shower has like shelves that like I put the different shampoos and like soaps and razors and stuff on. Hero ha! Thank you so much. Wait, the emote being like different rainbow colors is so awesome. But yeah, I just put it on a shelf, and I guess the steam got into the port or something. Put it in rice, yeah. Yeah, the rice actually came in clutch. I thought I was just cooked. But it's fine. A cup so it can have a bath? That's what I do? But you bring your phone into the shower in a cup? The Ziploc bag makes sense, but a cup? What does a cup do? Because I feel like water could still get in the top. Phones need baths too. You have a cup the toothbrushes go in, and I just smushed the phone in there. Wait, but you don't even use a toothbrush cup, because you keep your toothbrush just on your desk. So you're telling me the rest of your family uses a toothbrush cup, and you're just the odd one out? Yeah? Oh. Wait, so you take your family's toothbrushes into your shower with you? Do they know about this? I feel like that's kind of disrespectful. Surely if I put my device in the shower, it comes as in the shower. Wait, that's kind of real. Somebody go take a shower and take us in there with you, and then tell us how it goes. When it stays in there, they keep it in there. Anything in my phone blocks some of the water. Oh, they keep it in the shower. Oh. They keep their toothbrush. Is there toothpaste in your shower too? Like, do they store the toothpaste in the shower? Yep. And there's a sink. I've never heard of that before. I mean, like, I brushed my teeth in the shower before. But I don't shower every single day. I shower every other day so that my hair doesn't dry out. So it wouldn't really work for me to keep my toothbrush in the shower. I also brush my teeth twice a day. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Huh. Yeah, I've never seen that before. There's a sink and a toilet. Okay, well, you... Okay, Azumazu _ bathroom reveal. MTV Cribs, but it's just one bathroom. Does anyone here brush while showering? Like, I have before. I just don't keep it in there. I have a girlfriend. You guys stay out of my shower with me. Oh. Sigh. Sigh. I mean, I thought it could just be fun, like a group bathtub extravaganza. This is why I bring my brush to my room. That makes sense. That makes sense. Group shower? I've done that before. I did that last year. Last year I went on vacation with my friends, and we were like, haha, what if we took a shower together? And we did. With swimsuits on! Don't be weird. It wasn't weird. But it was cute. Group shower. Surely Wawa won't mind. Okay, get on... You have to be like on a call with Wawa. And then also have Twitch open. So that she feels included too. And all she will hear is... from the water. And it'll be so awesome. Sorry. This girl's waiting to go to the park. Sorry. I thought so. Wait. You mean you'll let me go? Oh, thank you, Mr. Tutor. You're the best. Yay, I'm really going to the park. I wonder what I should do first. I know. I'm gonna play in the sandbox. Hehe, I can't wait. Oh my goodness. My mama had like a little sandbox for us kids when we were young, but there's like bugs in there every single time. I think we only played in the sandbox like one time, because every other time we like opened it, there's just little there's just like little beetles playing in it, and it was like, man, we don't want to play with beetles. So I low-key do not vibe with sandboxes. Shark, shark, get out of the water. There's no sharks here. This is a bathtub. Is that from the same video where it's like, this isn't the beach, this is a bathtub? Is that what you're referencing? I low-key have not seen that video, but I've heard it. I've heard the audio for it a lot. Outside is nasty. That's the bug's home. Yeah, I guess it is the bug's home. Well, it was supposed to be our little sandbox. Thanks again, mister. I'm going to go have some fun. Joy's language worksheet. Okay, last time I low-key forgot what an adverb is. So this time I have to 100% it. In the sentence, this glass of lemoning is blank freshing. Which prefix is correct? Re. What is the correct abbreviation for the word wait? I've never seen wait abbreviated. Is it WT? Wait, can I phone a friend? Chat, what's the correct abbreviation for the word wait? I've seen, like, the units of weight be abbreviated. Like, pounds is LBS. Like, ounces is OZ. But I've never seen weight abbreviated. Yeah, actually? Yeah, actually, what? What if you completely messed up your homework? No, last time I got one wrong and I didn't get an achievement for it. WT? Okay. It's LB. Man, that isn't even an option. What word means to move forward on the hands and knees? Crawl. That low-key did not feel like English. You completed Joy's language worksheet. Wait, did I do good? Okay, last time I messed one up and it told me. But then I did the math worksheet and I got it 100% correct. And it gave me an achievement. So I was hoping if I did that one correct, it'd give me an achievement for that. But I don't even know if I messed up or not. Oh, this clock isn't broken. Wow. I wonder what the clocks mean. I wonder what the broken clock represents. Maybe it's like time stands still. An endless summer. Is this the math place? Oh. A mirror. A house phone. Huh! Look! It's the bear from the castle! A fancy tea party for two. Wait, can I read this letter? Oh my god, are you writing sweetheart fan mail? There's a love letter on this table. Who could it be for? Wait, is this Sweetheart? Is this Sweetheart's, like, real-life counterpart? Some family photos. A wardrobe. Bunch of books, comics, and magazines. A fancy lamp. Oh, I wish I remember who lived here. What the hell? Creepy guy. I cannot begin to prolificate the proposal of mundane scribbles amongst one another on deflated parchment. If you're going to scribe me something, please do so in the most modern entrapment in Parliament. Is he saying, don't write me a letter, text me? What is this poster? Is this Sweetheart? Why, yes. That peripheral you ponder over there is my duly betrothed. I'd appreciate if you keep your optical appendages in their sheaths. She assimilates my confab better than anyone and anything else. She's such a sweetheart and we love each other? Ew. His duly betrothed? What the hell is this? Now leave us alone. Wait, but the little guy in the castle was like, I made this castle to shape Sweetheart like what she wanted. So I assumed Sweetheart was like maybe a real person that just like wanted to be a princess. But maybe he was made up by a creepy guy. Trash is strewn all across the floor. Ugh. Smells like rotten food in here. This is disgusting. Strange comics? Oh, that's upsetting. I don't want to be here anymore. Yuck. Maybe he's supposed to be a sprout mole. You guys love each other. Ew. I don't think they love each other. I think it's a creepy guy likes Sweetheart and the Sweetheart doesn't even know he exists. And Sweetheart might not even be real. You got trash. Oh, does each day more trash spawn? Yo, what are you? Are you sweeping? Wrinkly forehead. Hey pals, good to see ya. These new recyclist folk that have been showing up are making a real big change around here. This is the first time I've seen so many people taking the initiative to pick up trash. Makes my job a whole lot easier. Har har. Something about them feels a little fishy though. We are recyclists, followers of the holy bin. As all have littered, all must accept that they are trash. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Do you say the same thing? Okay, you do. I think the love is very one-sided. Ooh. Yeah, it definitely feels quite creepy. How many days do we have left? We have 2 days left until Mom kills us. What? I thought this was the real world. I think I just killed some kids. Oh well. The stench of this man is indescribable. What is up with these stinky men? Hey, bub. Could you spare a few nickels? Really appreciate it. Well, I have been working jobs and I do have $75. I guess I could spare a 10. There's a hidden quest here that gives us some fun content later if we find it. Oh my god, I love hidden quests. Is this it? Is giving the smelly hobo $10 a hidden quest? Thank you kindly. Hey bub, thanks for helping me. You've been a real friend. So, I got something special for you. Hold out your hands from me and close your eyes. I don't really want to. Ew, it plopped! You feel something cold on your palms. Ew! Ew, 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 ew. I don't want it. The smelly hobo surprise. You buy. I hope it's candy. Floppy candy. Ew. Oh my goodness. Have you guys ever had the candy that's like liquid and it's like in a tube and you're supposed to like squirt it onto a lollipop? You know what I'm talking about? I hope you just squeeze that into Amori's hand. Oh, I got a gold watch. Wait, if you had a gold watch, why are you asking children on the playground for $10? Bro. Okay, thanks. I think we have like the chocolate one. Eee. Like liquid chocolate candy? We have one that's hold on, I wonder if I can find it. Bam, bam. Juicy drop. Pop. We have like this. I never had one, but they're in advertisements and like commercials for them on Nickelodeon all the time. Like I guess like one side of it is like a lollipop and the other side of it is like liquid and you like squirt it on there. I don't know. It seems kind of strange. But I never heard of like chocolate. Let's go. Most people can't have nice things. Well, they can. Well, I'm not saying homeless people can't have nice things. I'm just saying if you do have a nice thing and you're going to give it away, like if he was gonna give it away anyway, I think maybe it would have been a better option and he would have been more well off if he just sold it. Did you see Drop Pop commercials every day? No, literally. I feel like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon played those constantly. Spent too much gambling. Didn't even get half the day done. Gotta go sleep. Good night, nerds. Good night. Don't worry. The gambling was important. Trust, 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 trust. Let me talk you in. Okay. Oh my goodness. Speaking of wasting half the day, I low-key have to go to Trader Joe's. But I don't know what a good time for that would be. You like it? Since you've been so gracious, I thought I could spare you some of my wares. That's real gold there. I swear it. I don't even like have it. JJD Company funded Cartoon Network all on its own. I'm trying to think. I don't know why, but yeah, Juicy Drop Pop is like a commercial that's like very ingrained in my head. But also I feel like there are other ones. Like the little Mighty Beans. I remember commercials for those. I remember there's like I don't remember any specific set, but I remember hearing new from Lego Batman like all the time. All the time. Tetherball pole smells like rusty metal. My goodness, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Maybe Eclipse? Oh, I did not think of that. That makes no sense. I bet they taste gross. Yeah, I think the concept of liquid candy probably isn't the best. Ugh. Bunny waves for ya. Thank you. Hello, youngins. I see you have some trash with you. Thanks. I'll be sure to dispose of this properly. Here's $4 for your help. Ho ho. Mighty Beans are fun though. Completely waste of money, but so are Pokemon cards. I never had any Mighty Beans. I just saw the adverts for them. Huff, 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 huff. Drink apple juice. Have you ever heard the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? The same concept applies to apple juice. Apple juice supports hydration, contains beneficial plant compounds, and may support heart health. It may also protect your brain as you age. There are no downsides, as far as I'm concerned. Would you like to buy some apple juice? Yeah, I'll take it. With those, they have functionality. You can flick the beads. Is that... You're just supposed to, like... flick them across the room? I don't know, I never had one. Wow, that is a nice view. The downside is it's not pear juice. Oh, you're so right. Pear juice would be even better. Oh ho ho ho. Wait, is this sweetheart? Hello. Today is such a beautiful day, don't you think? I may not have any money, but at least sunlight is free. So anyways, lads, could you spare me some change during this hard time? Oh man, all these hobos. I wish I could just give him the heart watch. Sweetheart, the hobo. Well, he said, oh ho ho ho, just like Sweetheart does. They came with ramps. You flick them and they roll like a slinky. Oh, I didn't know they came with ramps. So you're telling me you have a little bean toy action figure, and the way you play with it is you make it go down a slide, and that's the gameplay? Littlest pet shops are just so much better. Okay, you can have $10. $7! Oh, man. I'll have to get $10 more so we can stay at that. You've currently donated $10 to Old Hobo. Thanks, good lads. I'll be sure to pay you back somehow. Thanks. Oh, hi. Wait, is this the math tutor girl? Who is this? Hey, neighbor. How's it going? Hey, Kel. Oh, and who else is with you? Oh, wait, I recognize you. It's Blurgle, isn't it? Sorry, it's been a while. I think we only met a few times. My family has always lived here, but I was sent off to boarding school for a few years, and just came back about 3 years ago, I think. Hey, Blurgle. Chris is my next door neighbor, and she's really cool. She's the fastest swimmer in school. When she's in the water, people compare her to a mermaid. Aw, he's so sweet. Or a shark. Or even a torpedo. Oh, Kel, you're never short on compliments. Haha. Aren't you trying out for the junior varsity basketball team this year? I'm sure you'll be a shoo-in. Hehe. Well, I'll try. I've been playing every now and then with strangers at the park. I love him. Foss, I'm going to mail you this apple turnover I have via pigeon. Oh my god. That sounds so good. I love fruit desserts. Little fruit pastries. That sounds so good. Thank you so much, Pookie. If Hobo can be a sweetheart, so can I. Real. I think you already are a sweetheart. Okay, he's playing with strangers. I think I'm getting better, but it's a little hard to tell. But if I practice basketball as much as you practice swimming, I'd probably have a better chance. He's so sweet and I love him so much. Oh, I'm not that hardworking. It feels like fun to me, honestly. And besides, even though I love swimming in pools, I love swimming in the ocean even more. I love everything about the ocean. The beach, the sound of the waves, even the smell of seaweed. Ah, hehe. Sorry, I must sound a little obsessed. That's totally fine. It's good to be passionate about something, isn't it? Hehe. I guess. Actually, I think this all started because I went to boarding school on an island and really enjoyed my time there. The ocean reminds me of the friends I made there. I hope maybe I can see them again one day. Man, this game is so friend-focused. It is awesome. But, for the time being, I guess I'll just be collecting seashells and stuff. Wait, I think we have one. Surely it can be delivered via Eagle. Do you need to borrow mine? Offers, yes, thank you, Aware. You have an eagle? Since when? This is so awesome. You know, that story kind of reminded me of this, but Blurgle is actually moving away from here really soon. Maybe you can give him some tips on how to handle moving away to a new place. Oh, Blurgle is moving? Well, being away from my friends was pretty tough at first. But change is just a fact of life. It's the memories we make with them that we should cherish. You know what? I just decided something. If you see any seashells, can you bring them to me? They're kind of hard to find around here, but I'll make sure it's worth it. Oh my god, I think I have one. Snack? Oh my god, apple juice! I have one! Okay, let me see if I can equip stuff. Oh, I forgot I have all these stuff. A shiny item for your wrist. I don't want to take Kel's pet rock away, but I worked really hard to get this pink keychain for Blorgle. Maybe Blorgle can wear the watch. Just for a little bit. And then we'll go back to the keychain because it's very cute. Here's your seashell. Wow, it's such a cute one. Hehe, thank you. The blue-haired girl is fiddling with something in her hands. Hey, no peeking. I don't know where I got that one from. I think maybe it was from the plant store. What a lovely day for a picnic. I brought my specialties. Chicken pot pie, lemon pie, and of course, my world-famous apple pie. Lemon pie sounds so good. So does apple pie. Blurgle isn't rich! I know, he's gotta flex his new drip. Ew. Making patties is hard work. But once I sink my teeth into that tender, juicy burger, it's gonna all be worth it. I can almost taste it now. Dear, pay attention! The patties are burning! Oh shoot. Thanks, son, that was close. Wait, I have raw meat in my pocket. Can you make me one? Blurgle's blinked up! Man, I hope so. Can I give you... I want a hamburger, please. Oh my god, are these her pies? Award-winning pie. Yummy. Basil? Oh my god, it's Basil! Hey, Kel. Oh, he looks freaked out. Oh, we had dinner with him, and he went to the bathroom. And then Blorgle went into the bathroom with him. Not in a sus way. And there is just shadows all around Basil, and then he was like, "Don't leave me." But there's nothing else to do, so I like low-key left him with the shadows. I hope he's not mad at Blurgle for that. Hey, Kel. Hey, Blurgle. Sup, Basil? Nice to see you out and about. Are you feeling better after yesterday? Huh? Yesterday? What do you mean? You had a big stomach ache, didn't you? That's why you had to go to the bathroom. Oh, right. Yes, I feel much better now. Did you want to hang out with us today? Blurgle's not going to be around for much longer, you know? You ditched Basil! Man, I tried really hard not to. I, clicked on everything in the bathroom, and I feel like I waited in there for 5 minutes. There's, nothing else to do to progress the story. Man. Don't tell me. Don't tell me there was an option where I could have stayed. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Sorry. Oh man. This poor little guy. I really like him. Aw, don't worry. You don't have to force yourself. We can always catch up later. Kel is so sweet and understanding. Yeah, you're right. Okay then. See you later then, I guess. Oh. Filled again by head empty. Sigh. No, I think it's when you're in the... What's it called? The blank space. And it's the only option is to stab yourself. You know, you don't want to stab yourself, but you gotta progress the story somehow. Can you not ditch Basil? I don't know. I hope not. I'm gonna feel really bad if someone's like, actually, if you stay idle for 20 minutes, then you get to save Basil. That would be sad. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we gotta stop at Gino's Pizza and the bakery and other mart. Lead the way, Blurgle. I low-key want to do math homework, though. I don't know if that progresses the story, but I want to do my other, jobs. I forgot where the math place is, though. I don't have the flyer anymore. How could you not AFK live on stream to save Basil? Man. Sigh. You're right. You're right. I'm a horrible friend. There's something fun in hobbies? Oh my god. I already went this way. Wait, where's the math place? I wanna go to hobbies. Is this the place with the creepy guy? I think it is. I think this is the creep's room. Oh my god, it's not. Wait. Math? Oh my god! Math? Oh. I didn't mean to read your books. Oh hey there, tutor? Actually I have a big favor to ask. I've been cramped in this room all summer. I keep hearing the other kids hanging out outside while I'm at my desk with my nose stuck in these worksheets. So I just want to go out and play in the park. No way both of the tutor kids are asking me to just do their homework for them. No way I'm doing it for them. Math, yo! Oh my goodness. I'm free! Can't wait to do some math. And then not even know if I got it right or not because there's no kid here to tell me. Brent? Wait, if his name is Brent, why are you just calling him not that? Okay. 9 times 2 is 18 plus 7 is... I saw... Wait, what are these answers? Peak tutoring session. Real. 5x squared equals 80. I forgot how you calculate square roots, low-key. 5 times 10 squared would be way more than 80. It's probably 4, right? 20 squared is 80. Is that real? Maybe it's 126. Sigh. I think this is 4. I low-key have not done exponents in so long. I don't even know how you calculate it. 20 to the second power. Is that 20 times 20? No, that would just be times 2. Anyways, hopefully that's right. Compute the standard deviation of the following numbers. Okay, the difference between these... Shoot, what's the standard deviation formula? I don't know, but this is... The difference between this is 4. The difference between this is 6. Wait, is it in this order? Shoot. Divide by 5, take the log? How do you take the log? I missed the math? It was 5x squared equals 80. So you're saying divide by 5. Divide 80 by 5? That doesn't even fit evenly, does it? Oh, maybe it does. 4 negative 4 would have been the answer? Okay, that's the one I did, because the other one seemed way too big. But I don't know... How do you do an exponent? Like, what's like 3 to the second power? Or 3 squared? 3 squared is 9, right? Does squared just mean you multiply it by itself? Use a calculator! Oh, then give the z-score for a value of 100, rounded to the nearest third decimal. Standard deviation formula. Oh my god, it's been so long. I think you have to put the numbers in order first, right? But you have to do it in this order. 5x squared equals 80. 5x squared equals 16 square root of what? X equals 4 negative 4. 16. Did you know if you get an English degree, you don't have to take any math classes? You have to take like one. You have to take like one math class when you're a freshman, and then you don't have to do any more math. You don't even have to think about it for the other years. So I'm kind of cooked. Pipe colon 5 means divide both sides by 5. Oh, I see. You're just isolating x. Wait, that makes way more sense. You divide both sides by 5. And you take the square root of x squared, and that cancels out. So that's just the square root of 80 equals x. Oh, you're so smart. My logic says 47 is too far for the other two, and 7 is too specific, so I'm guessing C. You're not even doing math, you're just using like reason. Standard deviation. Well, I don't know. I think these are both. Not EXP, sorry. Not EXP? Can somebody tell me the standard deviation formula? I took AP stats when I was a senior in high school, but I kind of forgot. Number 7.103 looks nicer. Yeah, it does look nicer. Is Z scoring the... Yep, I don't know. Find the average? Okay. 100 plus 100 to 200. 243 plus 39. To 82. What was I at? 382. Is that even right? You know, I trust Azu on this one. You completed Brent's math worksheet. Man, but Brent's not even here to tell me if that looks right or not. Yippee, nicer number. Shirley wins. Surely. Surely this is just like hitting until you get to 21. Maybe like in the evening after Hero comes home for dinner, the kids will come up to me and be like, "Thank you, mister. You did my math homework so good." Square root of data minus average squared divided by the amount of numbers. Wait, how many amount of numbers? Dang it, Buzz! I'm sorry. You weren't fast enough. There were 6 numbers. Ooh, I don't remember what they were though. There's a 40 and a 60. And I think a 47 and a 53. And then some 30s number and some 40s number. Does that help you? Okay, let's go to hobbies. Surely the square root, data minus average, squared, divided by amount of number equals the nicest number. Therefore, we were right. I think you're cooking. Oh my god, the principal's here. Maybe they know. As I was saying, can you believe? And her. But then, wait, I want in on this gossip. That was like the time we... Yeah, and then... Honestly, I think that... Yes, definitely. A water fountain. Well, I wish I could scoop up the coins. Sleek Skilver Scooter. Oh, the Scooter gang's probably here. Don't really want to run into them. Sheesh. I left out the sum, sorry. Aw, man, you forgot. You forgot the N. N is some, right? Hey, Blurgle, I just remembered something. Do you remember when we were kids, and me and you used to sneak out of the house to go to hobbies in the middle of the night? We could never get up for school on time the next morning, and Hiro and Mari would always ask why we looked so tired. Aww. I'm sure they suspected something, but I'm glad they never told our moms. We were pretty adventurous back then, huh? Haha. That's cute. Are these the candy thief people? What? I just killed 2 more kids! How does this keep happening? Or was that... Oh, maybe that was... Aubrey and Kel, like a vision. It kind of looked like Aubrey, but not like pink-haired Aubrey. You killed children? Yeah, there were 2 children on the basketball court, and they low-key evaporated. So I think our death count is at 4 at this point. Look at the candy store, but I like to come here on breaks. There's always something new to look at, so I'm never bored. Bunch of old magazines, vending machine, poster. A game called Captain Spaceboy Space Adventure. Ah, cute. Costs $1 to play? Okay. Standard deviation equals square root of the sum multiplied by the data point minus the average squared divided by the number of data points. So is that 7.103, do you suppose? Okay. Well, actually, no, because we weren't just finding the standard deviation. We needed to find the z point of 100 using that standard deviation. Okay, how do you find the z point? I left out of parentheses. It's okay. Don't worry, don't worry. I assume it's right after the one after average. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of real. I don't either. Yo, I see you have your eyes set on that video game. It's called Captain Spaceboy Space Adventure. It was more popular a few years ago, but still retains some competitive players today. People from all over town have tried it, but I'll have you know that I still hold the high score. If you can beat it, I'll give you something cool. Oh my god, I'm a gamer. I hope it's just blackjack. Captain Spaceboy Space Adventure. 19XX, 19XX. Josh? Limited, all rights reserved. Wait, his little spaceship looks... Oh! Crisis averted? Oh! Oh, I missed one. Wait, am I supposed to... Ah. Oh, I can shoot through them. I thought... Okay. Oh, wait, maybe I can't. Maybe I can if I break it? What an interesting game concept. I don't know what that is. What the... Z point or Z score? I think it was Z point. Oh. Not 100% though. Should we use a power up? I don't know. I don't want to... I think it was Z score. Oh. Okay, listen to Azu. Don't listen to me. But it was, for the value of 100... It had to have been Z score? Okay, Haha, yeah, that's what I said. Did you know my mods actually, talk on behalf of me sometimes? So, yeah, I totally meant that. Oh wait, that was a power-up. I thought it was scary looking. Yippee! Did he say what the high score was, or did he just say that he has the high score? On behalf of Foster, No! No! Deleting this message. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. What the? Well, that was so close. Man, this sucks. Z-score equals x minus average divided by standard deviation. Oh man, I didn't even find the average. The average is probably somewhere in the 30s or 40s. If I had to guess. Oh my god, don't touch me. Oh, they're shooting faster. Oh my god. No! He's like almost like Centipede, but worse. Wait, what's your high score? Wait, did I read it? Sheesh. Well, tickle me impressed. You actually beat my score. Guess I should make room for the new generation. Here's your prize, as promised. Man, I thought that would have been like a lot harder. Okay, I remember you shoot faster if you spam the shoot button. Not sure if I'm making that up. Oh. Oops. What's this real buckets? No! Slander. She's a gamer, hell yeah! Yeah, my dad took me to the arcade when I was little. I'm somewhat of an arcade gamer. I'm gonna give this out to people I think are really cool. Oh wow, cool glasses. Did he just take them off of his face and give me his glasses? Even cooler when worn indoors? Okay. Interesting. I'll take it. Cardboard cutout as Captain Spaceboy. This place is kind of small, but it has lots of old and rare collectibles. People even come all the way from the city to shop here. Wait, Azu, what was... I think we already read this poster last time. Was the cool thing at Hobbies the arcade machine? She's gaming so hard! I think it's endearing. Aware it's alright? Can you delete all the messages that make me look like a nerd? What the... The Bungus message? Man, now I feel inclined to pin your Bungus message. Can be our math person? Oh! Wait, you're saying math formulas make you look like a nerd? I think that's aura as hell. I wish I knew the math formulas. Did you talk to the shopkeep? I don't know. You chirps, just going on a whim here. But would you be interested in buying my last pet rock? They usually go for 25. But you seem like just the right guy for this one. So let it go for 10. My goodness, everybody wants my $10. Low-key, Kel already has a pet rock. I guess we're double rocked up. Excellent. You and your new pet rock are a good match. Take good care of it. Whoa, hold on a sec, Blorgle. Is that a pet rock you just bought? Wow, I don't believe it. This is really strange since we haven't played since we were kids. But it just so happens that I have mine too. Oh, cute. Are you ready? Are you ready for peak? Oh my god. I'm ready for peak. Do I get to see the pet rock up close? Right here. Such a weird coincidence, huh? Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we battle with our pet rocks? You still remember how to play, right? Yeah, I remember. Wait, Azu, is this your favorite battle in the game? Awesome. I thought you would. Aw, yeah. I'm pumped. Now let's clash. Are you ready to clash? Okay, what the hell is this? Is this just rock, paper, scissors? Now, is my pet rock the scrombly one or the mogging one? Shoot, okay. If it's pet rocks, you gotta choose paper, right? Oh, yeah. You're a scrombly? I paid $10 for a scromble? Well, I guess to be fair, I like the scrombly one better anyway. But they just seems to be a little bit of a power imbalance. Oh, look at its face. Okay, sure. Maybe he'll do rock again. Yo. Oh my god. Okay, what if he does rock 3 times in a row? Wait, why does he keep spamming rock? What? What the hell? What kind of performance was that? Kill has a negative IQ build because it's a rock. Oh. Okay, well. Does he only know rock? I hope he only knows rock, and he didn't just press the rock button 3 times for fun. Oh shoot, I lost. Guess I'm pretty rusty. Well, that's okay. You were always the one who was good at video games anyway. I guess you got this. I guess you're the same old Blurgle after all. I know it's been a while, so let me give you a refresher. Pet Rocks is a game where you and your pets team up and battle or clash. If you wear your pet rock as a charm, you can find other players with pet rocks and challenge them. From what I hear, the reigning champ lives somewhere around here, but no one knows what they look like. I bet it's the creepy guy that lives in the garbage can. Kind of mysterious, huh? Who knows? Maybe we'll get to meet them one day. Yippee, Red Rocks. He got rusty paper scissors. Oh, I love Kel. He's so perfect. Dynamic CD. Celestial. Wait. Lively? Oh man, I need a sample. Chill. Brutal. Wait, I want a CD, but I don't know what they sound like. I think I like lively things. Pet Rock is about to beat you. Oh my god, it's the sweetheart battle all over again. Except for I have to, like, she's playing normally, but, like, I'm playing rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Oh, I feel bad. I really like this little cat keychain. But I want a challenge. Try talking to Shopkeep again? Yo, Chimps. I see you're interested in that CD. How's $10 sound? Yeah. Thanks, Champs. You can give that CD a try in the jukebox next door. Wait, maybe you meant talk to him with sunglasses on. Hobbies isn't just a hobby shop. It's a pawn shop, too. I'll buy anything you don't want. Oh. $100! No, that homeless guy could have been stacked. What the hell? I kind of want $100. But, like, I want to be blinged out. That cool boy! Wait, what do you normally get? What the... He had a fake that got $10. Bro, I would have been so... Well, I guess I couldn't be mad because, like, I gave him $10. So I guess it would have just been even. I kind of want to keep my swag. Let me battle this girl. She doesn't even know what's coming. This place is kind of small, but it has a lot of old and rare collectibles. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I see you have a pet rock. Do you want to clash? Oh, yeah. Okay. I've been training my tomato girl since I was a kid. I won't lose to you. Tomato girl. Well, I don't really know what a tomato would do. Maybe tomato girl would do scissors, so I'll do rock. Why is tomato girl's head large? Oh, ouch. Okay, I'll do paper then. Are you sure that's not like her body? And then this is her feet? Maybe you're right. Maybe this is her body and then these are her feet and her head is just huge. And she also has hoop earrings on. But we don't have to think about that. Ugh, I'm so good at rock, paper, scissors. Aw, darn. It's okay, tomato girl. It's not your fault. You tried your best. Hope I get something from flexing on these kids. What time is it? 5:30. I don't want to forget what I was in the middle of doing. But I do gotta go to the store. Maybe I'll get the pizza from Gino's. And then surely next time I play, I'll remember that I had to go to the bakery. Surely I won't forget, because I really like the bakery. Hey, it's you guys again. Still working towards earning enough money to move to the city so I can become a big star. Will you help me reach my goal? Anything will help. Oh my god, everyone's asking this poor kid for $10. Also, I'm pretty sure that Kel wanted to buy a gift from Hero. And he's like, oh, it's $20, but I left my wallet at home. Can you spot me and I'll pay you back? And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Kel ever paid me back. I'm remembering things. Yo. I'm good at remembering things. Okay, well, what if I just tell you and you remember for me? Next week when I play Omori, please remember that I have to get something from the bakery. I'll lurk a bit, but keep an eye out for a fashionable mom asking for some help with a floor lamp. It'll unlock cool stuff later. Thank you. My goodness, I want to talk to a fashionable mom. You have donated $11 to Guitar Guy. Yes! I'm getting closer and closer to getting my ticket out of here. Thank you. In return, I'll play you an original song. Oh, so we remember. That's smart. Oh my god, KK Slider. Oh, well, I don't want to go into the pizza place in the middle of his song. I guess I'll just check the cars for surprises. Oops. Wait, how do I make it go its alarm? I guess only that one is secured. Oh, you're just looping. Okay. Let's get that pizza. Ooh. Yikes. Gino's Pizza is the bomb. This is one disgusting, dirty, greasy-looking cheese pizza. Just the way I like it. Let's dig in. It's not even cheese. There is 3 pepperonis on that. So, lunch. We're still on to go to our secret hangout spot today, right? I'm gonna bring my fishing pole. Munch. Made it myself. Munch. Out of a cool stick and a jump rope yesterday. You think it'll work, Charlie? So we're going to our secret hangout spot. Munch. That's a perfect date spot. Munch. I'll be sure to bring one of my special ladies. Swimming. Munch. Sounds. Munch. Pretty fun. Well, Munch. While you're all fooling around being babies, I'm gonna be busy skipping rocks. I've been looking for the perfect Munch. Rocks all week. Munch. You can try all you want, Kim, but you'll never beat Aubrey's record. Shut up, Mikhail. Like any girls would actually wanna... Munch. Go to the lake with you without you paying them. I told you to call me the Maverick. I bit my tongue. What a loser. Master, are you hurt? You pay for this, Kim. Finally seat yourself. Oh, can't seat myself. Pizza. My wife keeps telling me that I'm getting chubbier and tubbier, but I just can't help myself when we live so close to Gino's Pizza. Sigh. I really shouldn't get anything, though. Last night, my wife smelled pepperoni on my breath and got really mad. He said he shouldn't get anything, but he already is seated with a pizza. Oh my gosh, my crush is sitting right there. What do I do? What do I do? Breathe, baby. You've gotta be cool. My older daughter... Wait! Fashionable mom! My older daughter is coming home tonight from college. I'm sure she'll have lots of tips about what's hip and cool these days. Oh, can't wait to catch up with her. I don't think she's asking for help with the floor lamp. I don't know how to get her to talk about lamps. Maybe she'll be somewhere else. Oh wait, this is... Wait, I don't want to do a job right now. Not right now. I'll get pizza money later. I just need to do Kel's errands. Hi, Papa! I'm once again here to spread chaos and tomfoolery. Oh yeah. Hey, welcome in. Hello and welcome to Gino's Pizza. What can I get for you? Hiya, I'm here to pick up an order. I see. What would you like? Oh, I know. Would you like pizza? Nom nom. I think my mom phoned in an order for a hero sandwich this morning. I'm just here to pick it up. Do you think Hero was named after a hero sandwich? That's kind of awesome. A hero sandwich? I've heard of those before, but I've never had one. I'm not a very adventurous sandwich person. I'm pretty basic. I just really like turkey. Oh, I see. You're the family that keeps ordering sandwiches instead of pizza. But it's on the menu, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. I guess so. Okay, I'll go get it. Wait, the whole family is gonna eat one sandwich? You know, I don't know if I ever told you this, but that's why my brother's nickname is Hero. Wait, it's just a nickname? A hero is a slang word for a sandwich in New York. It's a massive sandwich. Oh. Yeah, I've never had one. I never had one. Wait, Hero's a nickname. What's his real name? So big you had to be a superhero to eat it? Oh. I thought it was just like a club sandwich. Like, you know how certain sandwiches just have funny names? I thought it was just like that. I didn't know it just meant massive sandwich. You'd think it's because of some really cool reason. Like he saved a puppy when he was a kid or something. But no, he just really likes sandwiches. You had the gabagool! What? The mortadelle? The mozz? Mamma mia. What are you saying right now? Are you quoting something? Okay, here is your hero sandwich. Please enjoy. You got Kel's pizza order. Cool, thanks. Alright, we're good to go now, Blorgle. I'm ready when you are. Now we just need to get the cookies from the bakery and other marts. Okay, I'll have to remember to come back here to do the pizza job and do the rock, paper, scissors thing. But for now, I gotta hurry over to the real world grocery store before they close. You're butchering the Italian language? Chat, give me the strength. It's all Italian slang for foods? Chat, give me the strength. You really are coming in here and causing chaos and tomfoolery, huh? I don't know what you're saying to me right now. 2 days left. Oh, yeah. Okay. Whenever I play this game next Tuesday, we are all gonna remember that I have to pick up cookies and do pizza related job things. Got it? Yeah, I'm really curious. I hope we get to learn who or what Hero's name is. I hope it's Frank. I hope his real name is Frank. Wow! Wowie, wowie, wowie. Okay. Gabagool is capicola. Mortadella is mortadella. Mozz is fresh mozzarella. We gotta get you a real sandwich from Italians here in a New York deli? Big Papa, do you live in New York? That's kind of awesome. Then you'll understand. I know Mozz is mozzarella, but that's the only one I've heard of. I really truly have not heard of those other ones. I don't know what capicola or mortadella is. It sounds like you're making up some food things right now. Giving strength. Mortadella is a pork? Oh. So can a hero be any type of sandwich as long as it's big? Like, could I have a spinach and turkey and Provel cheese sandwich and it just be really big Scooby-Doo style? Originally, yes. Oh yeah, that's all I needed to hear. This is so awesome. Okay. Thank you all very, very much for hanging out with me today. I'll be live again. Oh my goodness. I didn't turn my light on, so my face tracking is a little funny. But I'll be live again at the same time tomorrow, playing a game called Refined Self. Oh my goodness, my model's going crazy. It's a personality test sort of game, and it was recommended by a friend. So I think it'll be really cool to see what personality I get. Mhm, mhm, mhm. But I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day. Let's read Levi. He's playing Spyro stuff, and I think that's awesome. I used to play Skylanders as a kid. So let's show him lots of love. Here is a raid message. Here's a sub raid message. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you for stream. Thank you all for coming. It's so good to see you all. Wish me luck. Wish me luck grocery shopping. We take you to Italian deli one day for the gabagool. All right, as long as I can get turkey. As long as I can get turkey. All right. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Make sure you drink enough water and eat enough protein and get enough sleep tonight. Bye.